Hello, hello, hello. Hi, you guys. Welcome to another episode of Life Discussions with Dr. Jefferson. I am your host, Dr. Jefferson, and today we're going to have a conversation around cheating. Some people refer to cheating as infidelity. Some people refer to cheating as adultery because they think about cheating as it relates to marriage, of course. Today, we're going to have a comprehensive conversation about cheating, period. So, acts of betrayal. Let's call it that. So, the question, this question comes as kind of like a follow up from our conversations that we had yesterday around the Michael Blackston and him being a hypocrite conversation. And it's very interesting to me that the person who sent me this particular question and wanted me to do this segment is a person who has been in and out of relationships where they were both the side person and the person cheating on their significant other. Okay. And that's based off of their definition of cheating. Okay. So, what I will say is this, cheating can be a lot of things, it can mean a lot of things. There have been several conversations around acts of betrayal. And we talk about cheating in a marriage as being something that could always be a conduit to improving success in a relationship, allowing partners to to experience one another in a more authentic way. But more importantly, it allows people to get in touch with the realities around who they are and how they are and what motivates them. Okay. So, without further ado, we're going to dive into the conversation. My first question is, what is cheating to you? So, what do you consider to be cheating? Like, do you think cheating is, when somebody steps out on you and physically engages in any sexual act with someone else? Or do you think cheating is an act where someone is emotionally stepping out on you and engaging in whatever acts behind your back or otherwise? Um, there are some people who are in monogamous or non monogamous exclusive relationships who think that people who have polyamorous relationships are just cheaters. Everybody's cheating on everybody. And one of the things that I find myself conversing on, talking about more frequently than not, is the fact that cheating means that you have to be doing something that goes against the standard either set um, for your relationship. So the boundaries that you have, drawn a line of delineation around, or it could be you're stepping out and just doing something behind that partner's back that they made very clear. We're not doing that. But most polyamorous relationships have some of the more honest interactions between partners, and you don't see it as often. Now, that's not to say that people that are in polyamorous relationships do not have people who cheat, because the reality is cheating is an individualistic thing, it's not a collective thing, and we can't necessarily gauge that one way or the other. So if you're going to cheat, you're going to cheat. One of the other things that I talk to in my couples segments where we talk about infidelity recovery and things like that, we talk about the different types of betrayals. We talk about some of the some of the framework around the expectation of exclusivity, and some of the signs that possibly the partners saw prior to finding themselves engaged in a relationship with a person that they have been cheated on by. I know a lot of people think that there are a million red flags and you should know if a person is a cheater. Um, I think that people have the general assumption that only men cheat. I think that also there is an assumption that when a person cheats, it ends to the detriment or the end of a relationship. And this is something that most people generally have a consensus around. So folks who are on the opposite end of the spectrum, and we're gonna have I'm gonna show you videos of some other women, and we're gonna review a video where people who have cheated, come to terms and share some information and insight about their experiences while they were in those extramarital affairs. It just so happens that these people that we're going to see and have this conversation about today, were people who were married when the cheating took place. And one of the guys, to kind of go a little bit deeper, one of them actually was, I guess you could call it cheating, before he got married to her, because he had more than one girlfriend as they were moved into their engagement and prior to them being married. And I think that the cheating, she found him cheating like within days of them being married. So, what I'll say is this: I want to debunk a lot of the things that are myths around infidelity and cheating and relational stability and transparency in relationships. And I'm going to talk about some things that are very important. Some of the things that I always encourage people to do in premarital counseling and couples counseling, where they're deciding or making the decision of discerning whether or not they want to be with one another longitudinally, is you really have to get in tune with who you are in your becoming. So oftentimes when people are cheating on other people, it has nothing to do with their partners. Some of the missteps and misconceptualizations that women make is that, men are out here trying to find a better woman, and because he never stopped searching for this better woman, he has to have that. There is something that I'm not doing to fulfill his needs, right? His needs have nothing to do with him cheating. Oftentimes when men are cheating or women are cheating in relationships, you guys' relationship is probably the most balanced. You're probably having the most sex that you've ever had in your relationship. You're probably more happy and more fulfilled in general, because I keep telling people over and over this one thing: cheating is more about emotional vulnerability and availability, um in so many ways, even when it kind of speaks to people not really knowing what it is that they need, or being in sync with who they are as people in their becoming. So I'm gonna go ahead and jump into some video, and I'm gonna show you guys a conversation of these men discussing their extramarital affairs. And I just kind of want to know what you guys are thinking as you're watching the movie. But also, I do want you guys to answer this question: what do you define as cheating? Because some of these admissions you're going to find to be quite interesting. Um, yeah, I'll just say that. But let's dive right on in.
Ask somebody else to marry you.
Yes.
So why?
So this is the guy that had
Um,
two girlfriends
at
who
the
was cheating
time,
with back and
I knew
forth.
I wasn't ready for marriage.
Did she think you had other girlfriends?
I told her I'd stopped.
Okay, so you were lying.
Yes.
Okay.
And but what I actually did was cut everybody else loose.
Except that other girlfriend
And I actually told the other girl that I don't want to be with you. I decided to be with my future wife.
that I'm going to marry
And
somebody
then,
else.
yes.
So you continued to be with her.
Yes, she said she agreed to see me anywhere.
Did you have a wedding?
Yes, we did.
You walked down an aisle and dum dumpty dum. Were you doing to dum dumpty dum? The whole
Yes.
thing, the wedding march. And you stood there and you said, "I do."
Yes.
And you knew you had another girlfriend at the time.
Yes, I did.
How soon after saying your vows did you see the other girl?
Maybe two days.
2 days.
Yes. So it just never stopped.
So how did you feel about that?
To be honest, I didn't really feel anything at the time
Okay.
because it's something that I've always done.
Okay. Terrence, you've had multiple affairs?
I had a couple affairs, a few affairs.
So when you said a couple, a few, what does that really mean?
Well, I think one of the main affairs that I had that I got involved with someone on an emotional level,
Okay.
not just on a sexual base.
Okay. So you
And-
separate them according to main and
well,
not.
yeah,
No, I'm just
no,
asking.
I'm not separating them.
Okay. Why can't you say the number?
I don't want to.
You don't want to?
No.
Because why?
I don't want to.
Just because you don't want to?
Right.
Okay, good. You don't have to, not want to. Would we be shocked by the number?
You'd probably be a little upset.
I'm not going to be upset.
I mean, you
yeah.
said would we, so.
Yeah, okay.
You know.
No, I'm not going to be upset one way or
No,
the
it's
other.
not. It's not. I just don't. I prefer not to.
Okay. But you know, by not saying the number now, I'm thinking like 35.
You could be thinking 100. I
Yeah,
mean,
it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
But the number is the reason why you won't say the number because what? Other than you just don't want to.
It's no need. It's no need. Be 1, 2, 3 times, you still hurt the person.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? It's no need.
Would the number embarrass you?
Oh, you're good, Oprah. Yeah, it would.
It would embarrass you
Yeah,
to say the
it
number.
would.
Okay. Okay, I accept that. So you started cheating because of what, Terrence? And how early, how soon into your marriage?
About 3 years after my marriage.
And started cheating because?
You know, you just doing for whatever pleasure reasons you want to do it for. And one thing led to another quite a few times.
Quite a few times.
Yeah.
Okay. John?
When I started, it was about 3.5 years into my marriage.
John says he secretly cheated with 2 women at work.
We would fool around in the car on the way to lunch.
One of his infidelities happened right in front of him.
Okay, so I have a question. For those of you who are in the chat, I want to go ahead and say hello to you guys. I want to welcome you guys to the chat and shout out to the chat because you guys are always so amazing. As you are watching, I definitely would like to know the way that you have conceptualized each of these participants and sharing their experience about cheating, but my question is this: how do you feel about this particular man saying that he would be embarrassed if he were to share the number of times, the number of people that he cheated on his wife with? I think that that's an interesting point. I think that he definitely made a valid point, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how many times you did it. In the grand scheme of things, if you guys are going to stay together, you made the decision to do that. What really matters is that you've done it, period. So you have betrayed that person that you're with, period. So we're either going to be together and fix this thing or we're not, right? But so I want to know how you guys feel about that. Let me get back to it.
His wife, Amy.
It was a wife of a friend. We were all in the hot tub, just screwing around or whatever. And she sucked on my toe. And I liked it.
Just 3 months ago, Amy discovered some old emails between John and his first mistress and realized he's been cheating for 5 years.
She had just had our second child. And we were constantly fighting. And I came to work one day almost in tears because I couldn't handle what was going on at home. And
So there was a major disconnect. at
major
home.
disconnect, major no communication happening. And it just happened that, this woman I was working with said, okay, talk to me about it. And it sort of, it went
She
from
became
there.
the understanding.
Yes, it was totally emotional. The 3 affairs I had, we never had sex. I never had sex with any of them. It was all emotional affairs. It was all connecting with this other person. Now, with the first person, yes, it got to the point that there was some fooling around, and I would have had sex with her had the opportunity presented itself.
How recently has it been since
3
you-
months.
3 months. Yeah. Since you confessed?
No, since the first affair came out. She knew about 2 and 3. She found out about the first one through some emails that I had left on the computer and forgotten about, and she was poking around for something else entirely and found them.
So how do you guys feel about him cheating with the wife of a friend? Like, how do you guys feel about that part? That being the person that he selected. And how do you guys feel about how he feels about how his wife found out?
2 and 3 were very mild in comparison, but the first one was there were a lot of vivid details with it. There was a lot said in these emails.
Okay. We're not done yet. We'll be right back.
So, sorry, you guys. I got that out there. Hold on, let me put you on me. There we go. So, I'm doing great. I am doing great. So, how do you guys feel about the fact that he chose to cheat with a friend's wife? And then the fact that she sucked his toe. It's very interesting to me to start things off. I think that people find so many interesting ways to connect. It's amazing to me. It really is. Um so far, based off of what you guys have heard from the couple of guys that we've listened to, what do you think is one of the main contributing factors in people deciding to cheat, to step out and do something with someone else? And do you think it's excusable, or is it kind of like on a case by case basis? So I want to play a little bit more of this video before we flip to another one, because I want to kind of get you guys I want to get how you guys feel about cheaters before I have a conversation about the people that they cheat with. And I also want to know about your belief systems around the other person and their position in the relationship, and what you think that the other person wants from a person that they know is married or in a relationship, a serious relationship where they're committed to another person. What do you think it's about? Because I'm going to have a more collaborative conversation. We're definitely going to talk about it. But I want you guys to have a little bit of something to go off of first. I want this to guide and shape your thoughts. If you've not been a person who has, been in a relationship where you've been cheated on, or you've been the cheater yourself. So let me go ahead and put this back up.
Really detailed accounts of how they did it and why they did it. Did everybody keep their rings on while you
I never
cheated?
had one.
Well, you have
Till
some
after.
women who absolutely like married men, not taking any responsibility for myself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm wrong. But some women, so why would you if you go?
Right.
They feel so much safer.
Okay, did you have one affair or several
One.
affairs?
I had an affair for just about 12 months. She was an employee at a daycare facility where my son and my daughter attended.
The affair started with romantic lunches and rapidly progressed.
With each opportunity that we had a chance to speak, the fire grew hotter, and it was just the anticipation, just was starting to build.
Soon their relationship became physical. They consummated their affair in Stephen's family van.
And once we broke the ice on it, the van was like, okay, move this seat here, move that seat there, lean that seat back. Good.
Eventually, the other woman threatened to tell Stephen's wife.
I didn't get busted, I confessed.
How long had you been married before the affair?
Probably about a year.
About a year?
A year in,
Uh-huh.
we had been married.
A year in?
A year in.
Aren't you still supposed to be in the la-di-da period?
You would think.
Yeah, but you weren't in the
you
la-di-da
would think,
period.
no, we were far removed from the la-di-da.
Mhm.
And it was slipping. And there was no way to address it with my wife's schedule. And
She was working 50 to 60 hours a week, I heard.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Rough, easily.
Yeah?
Easily. So she wasn't always available. And I'm the type of person where I need my wife to be accessible. I need to pick up the phone and say, hey, what's up? You ain't gonna believe this.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't do that. And it used to frustrate me. I felt like a single parent that was married.
Mm-hmm.
It's frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll motivate you to try to seek out the other half of what you're missing.
Were you actively seeking to be with someone else?
I don't think I was actively seeking. I think it just kind of found me.
Because didn't you end up with somebody at your son's daycare?
Yeah, which is kind of interesting in itself. Having the child led to, seeing this other woman. Just in my daily interaction at the daycare, saw this young lady that I found quite attractive, as did she find me the same. And it's just
How did
kinda-
it start?
the common interest. Your son's cute, and the conversation just kind of grew from. It just kind of manifested from your
That
son's
thing
cute.
happens, that eye contact thing,
there's
that thing, right?
the read. You like me, and I know it.
You like me and I know it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That read.
Tell me if you think this is true, that men don't have affairs just for sex, that men leave their wives because of the way the other woman makes them feel.
Oh wow.
Yes.
Well, I
Do you
think-
agree with that or not?
I agree with that
I agree
to a
with that.
point.
I agree with
Yeah.
that.
Or
She
emotion.
makes you feel important. She makes
Right.
you
Yeah,
feel
this-
valued.
right.
She makes you feel heard. She makes you feel wanted.
Right.
She makes you feel, yes,
Yeah. Well,
important.
it's another situation because halfway in the middle of my marriage, I had another relationship, and it's everything that you said. You know, she made me feel different than my wife, and when later on,
When you say in the middle of your relationship, that's
I mean,
what year?
well, because the first one was at the beginning. I got married, and I saw this woman for a while.
Mhm.
I stopped for a while
Why did you stop?
because my wife caught me.
Mhm.
She just started being 2 and 3 steps ahead of me.
Mhm.
My wife is very smart.
Mhm.
She
Did everybody get caught here, or everybody got
No,
caught?
I admitted,
You admitted.
confessed to my wife.
And how long had your affair been going on?
2.5 months. I met the other woman through work, and I'm involved in construction.
At first, Brian wanted nothing more than friendship.
I felt that she looked at me kind of with these really admiring eyes and really kind of stroked my ego. And I thought, wow, man, I feel kind of like a real stud.
After 2 months of flirting, he started sleeping with the other woman.
The first time that we ever had sex was in her home. Then there was a couple other incidences where he ended up getting a room.
You confessed to your wife. Why?
That's right. I felt it was had an obligation to her. I did love my wife. I never got into the relationship with the other woman because I was dissatisfied with my wife. I still loved her in every way, and I just didn't understand there was certainly an emotional connection I had to the other woman.
Let me ask this. Does a happily married man stray?
When you're happily married, your main focus.
Yeah, no,
You would have
yeah,
to
I
know,
was
because
like,
I was happy.
I would say, yeah, sure.
You were
Like,
happily married.
I was happily married.
So how did the affair occur?
I met this other woman at work, and we shared some common interests, and there was like a pulling towards this person. She was stroking my ego because all of a sudden she made me feel like I was the king there. It was really a fantasy that we were living in.
How long before you became intimate?
2 months.
In 2 months.
Yeah.
Where'd you have sex? Can you tell us?
At her place.
At her place? Hmm. And was she okay with it? Did she know you were married?
Yeah, she was married too.
She was married too.
Yeah.
Mhm. Chris, tell me, you were married for 15 years and never cheated.
No.
So what happened?
I had an affair. It lasted 6 months.
Chris met his mistress at a Cub Scouts meeting. She was the den mother. Both of them were married.
You see somebody and, you just something clicks. You feel the chemistry.
Soon they were sneaking to secret places in their suburban neighborhood to have sex.
We would meet behind the department store, park next to the police station, or meet in the park. Whatever excuse we could come up with to get together. I was happily married. I just, all of a sudden, I noticed somebody was adoring me.
Did I hear the amen choir over here?
All right, so let's talk about this. Which one do you think had the better reason for cheating? If anybody can have a good reason for cheating, which one of the men so far do you feel like had a better reason for cheating? Also, I wanted to kind of play through Chris's encounter for a couple of reasons. I do feel like Chris is probably the person that is the most likely to not engage in the same behavior again, because he's still in a very emotional space about it even now. Not talking about it anymore. I mean, not being in that space anymore. But I feel like he is definitely, hey Casey, what's going on? He's definitely the person that is least likely to cheat again. Okay. Now, a couple of things. People talk about the needs of a man and the needs of a man and the needs of a man, and they talk about the fact that men cheat because women don't meet their needs. Okay, here it is. You have a room full of men who have gone through the process and cheated on their women and their wives. Is anybody looking at the wives' facial expressions behind the scene, like checking out how they are reacting, their facial gestures and things like that? I thought that was the most interesting part, because as a marriage and family therapist who works and specializes in infidelity recovery, sometimes you got to ask the question, like, are you really shocked? Like, are you really shocked though, or is this just for, the wow effect? Like, are you trying, because you don't fool me. But so some of these women are learning new truths though. They're learning more intimate details about the pattern of behavior that allegedly is responsible for leading the men astray. Okay, so that's the first piece. The other piece is this: there are several assumptions made about what it is that takes to keep a marriage together. It takes to keep the marriage together. And to be honest with you, nobody ever recognizes that men, I keep telling you guys, I don't know how many times I have to say it, men are extremely emotional creatures. Women are just more emotionally expressive. So women just know how to keep a better gauge of and on and manage their emotions. With men, they have a lot of emotional needs, but for the longest, for their entire life, they've been told, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't feel, basically, you can't be human. And so they are human. And so when you get into a relationship and your marriage mimics those same behaviors that your prior system of origin mimics, oftentimes you don't even know how to communicate in those situations. And the most disappointing thing about this is that men go to these other women thinking that, okay, well, this woman is making me feel important, making me feel validated, right? And the reality is, these women don't give a damn about them. They have their own interest, whether the man is honest or dishonest in the beginning. But once it's been made clear that you're a married man, it's about, how does this now benefit me? Because it's about extortion at that point, essentially. And I'm going to play some video, another video for you guys in just a moment. I just got one part I want to continue to kind of navigate through this to get to this one part, but I'm going to play videos from the other woman, right? Several other women, and so you can get their purviews. And then, I think an interesting one is to see the clinician that was in the audience that spoke to her perceptions. And I thought that we'll talk about that more in depth too. So give me a sec. You guys go ahead, continue to watch. What is cheating to you guys? What suffices as cheating behavior? Like, how do we know when a person has cheated? Let's see. Gotta let this play through first. So that's what I want to know from you guys. Hold on, while the commercial plays over here, before we get done with the whole skip it, I want to know from you guys what you consider to be cheating. I know you have heard the guy speak about the fact that he was in a jacuzzi tub and the woman sucked his toes.
Something that was unnatural.
Tell me if you guys think that was cheating. And the email.
But it seemed to satisfy a need, so it seemed right.
So how long did the cheating go on after that first kiss?
Anywhere between 6 to 9 months.
6 to 9 months, and you got caught?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
I confessed.
Did you lie at first?
Yes. I think we all can admit here that in some way, in some manner, we all lied to, skirt around the truth in any way.
Doesn't it all become a big lie?
One big lie.
Yeah.
I was thinking, doesn't it all
You
become a big lie?
manipulate. Most liars are manipulators. They it's the whole thing is just one big lie. You're living a lie.
Yeah.
Right. But
Isn't it, Terrence?
But in my case, I confessed because the other woman would have made contact with my wife eventually.
Okay.
She had basically given me an ultimatum just because the feelings had grown that strong. And it's odd and it's
And that was
unfortunate.
scary to you?
That was yeah, because I would.
So I had my own I have my own personal reservations about Terrence here, okay, you guys. Do you guys think that Terrence is actually remorseful, or do you think that he feels like this is something that gives him validation still? I just want to know. I just want to know. I'm gonna play more so you can watch his behaviors. It was the one that was in the jacuzzi tub that cheated with his friend's wife. He was the one that got his toe sucked. He said this is how she lured him in. She sucked his toe. I don't think Terrence is remorseful. You say he feels validated. Look at his face though. I mean, and now he looks like it's a cute thing. It's a Terrence. Terrence, if you're watching this, Terrence is the most likely, he's on my most likely to cheat again list. I'm just letting y'all know that. The least likely is Chris. The most likely is Terrence. Terrence, your ass is a cheater, a permanent cheater. Just saying. Whole cheater out here in these streets.
Wasn't ready to address our relationship. I'm saying my relationship with this other woman on that level yet. I cheated because there was a need to be fulfilled, and I needed a feeling fulfilled. But also, I was looking
not necessarily a sexual.
No,
feeling.
not even a sexual. But I'm looking for confirmation. Am I with the right woman?
Yeah.
And and I'm asking myself, how can I be with my wife when this girl's available?
Yeah.
And she's everything. She's that friend. She knows the basketball games.
Yeah.
She's got a joke in her pocket. And she's cool like that.
Yeah. Was your wife doing that with you in the beginning?
Oh, yeah.
Before you married her?
Yeah, and then we
see, life takes its course.
But life takes its
That's
course.
what happens. You meet, you go through the, hey, you're cute, whatever, you know what I mean? Then you got to work, you got to pay bills, you got kids, you got to pick them up from the daycare. That new girlfriend don't have to do that. She ain't got to do nothing, but when you come over, she got on her lingerie, she got on whatever you want her to have, she's cooking your favorite meal, she's playing your sports, whatever you say you like, believe me, when you get there, she's going to be ready for you.
You know what? There is a difference between getting attached and having a relationship with a woman over just having sex. My wife actually gets more upset about the relationship, not the sex. It is a big difference because I've been in tons of locker rooms and where guys just talk. It's just candid talk, and what I found is I'm not that bad because everybody is like that. That's just how they talk. I mean,
lying anyway.
Well, no, but you know what's going
you justify that to yourself.
You know what's going through their mind, and basically, guys just lust. They want sex, so they'll do it. You just when you're married, you.
Okay, just so you guys know. So Stefan is the one that's on my most likely to cheat again list, okay? And I'm gonna give some backstory because I don't think Liz was in here or Rush when he started talking. So the one that's talking now, Ryan is the one who was dating multiple women leading up to the point where he just sporadically proposed to one of them, which is the one that he married, which is her. But she knew he was dating multiple women prior to proposing all the way up to them getting married. And I think it was 2 days after they got married is when she caught him in a apartment with another woman. By the way, his wife's an investigator. That's what she does for a living. I will say this. I will say that of all the things that I see, women don't end up in situations like men. Women tend to be smarter in their decisions and who and how they cheat. Oh, she saw it coming. She talks about it. She saw it coming, and he never. That's why she called him. Hey, Lawrence, how are you? That's how she caught him. Because she was always 2 steps ahead of him. And then he gets caught over and over again. But I don't, some of this stuff, you can't make this stuff up. Men don't care how many times they get caught. They're going to continue to cheat. It just is what it is. A woman, you will never find out if she's cheating unless she wants you to know. And then a woman is not going to cheat on a man if she knows that he's an investigator. That's what he does for a living. God, I don't understand it. I don't understand it. You can't make this stuff up. Let me go ahead. I'm going to let you guys finish as he explains his take on the cheating situation.
You just can't put yourself in that situation.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I had a coworker. I mean, he's a funny guy, and he told me, man, it's not even worth it. The only way that I would have sex with a woman now is if the woman came to my door butt naked, stuck it in the door, took,
Well, my brother.
Is that what men say when they're alone? Okay. Mike, yours is over the phone, right? You're calling up women.
Right. I've spent $250 a month, $300 a month on that phone. I didn't feel like I was getting what I needed at home. I've got a higher sex drive than she does.
Mike and Candy have been together for 7 years. Mike has had 3 affairs during that time, and Candy just found out that he's also been having phone sex during their entire relationship.
There's no emotional ties. It's just small talk. Sometimes it's fantasy. It's imagining what they look like and what I can do for them sexually and what they can do for me sexually.
Wouldn't it be great if we could get some of those women you've been calling so you could see what they really look like?
Well, that's the thing.
That might change your mind. That might change your mind about who you're really talking to and where they are.
Your fantasies can go anywhere you want them to go.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of guys may not consider that being unfaithful.
You also had affairs, too.
Yeah, I had 3 affairs. I was going to somebody for something that she should have been providing
that you
for
couldn't
me.
get from your spouse. How would you be when you would go home? Can each of you tell me that? You've had the affair. You've been sleeping with somebody else. You walk into your house. Do you remove the scent of the other woman? Do you
try to get rid of the guilt on the drive home?
You try to get rid of the guilt. Do you shower?
Well, you try not to change your pattern.
Yeah,
that's
right.
what
You want it to look
No, there's a pattern. You know what I mean? You're not used to coming home taking a shower, and all of a sudden, next you don't change your pattern. Women pick up on these things.
As you possibly can.
Okay, so you want to be as natural as you possibly can.
Right.
Yeah.
Tell a woman not to wear any smells, any perfume.
You tell the other woman not to
And
wear
you know
any
what's funny you
perfume.
say that because you tell more truth to the mistress than you tell your wife.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you tell the mistress about your wife?
You try to leave that alone.
Yeah, I never elaborated. I mean,
I said some things I shouldn't have said.
Like talking about your wife?
Right.
Yeah. Chris, did you tell your mistress that you loved her?
Yes.
Yeah, you did. Okay, you're very emotional about this still. Why?
Well, just the conversation, I dissed my wife.
Your wife of 18 years, right? Yeah. Is it true that you met her at Cub Scouts?
Yeah.
Was it that look in the eye, I like you and you like me and I kind of know it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then how did it progress?
Through email.
Were you saying things on email that you probably wouldn't have had the courage to say to her face or not?
Right.
So was it mostly sexual or did you love her?
I loved her.
You loved her. And the tears are because you still love her? You miss her? You what?
No, it's because of the pain to my wife and my kids.
Mm-hmm. How do you feel about yourself?
Make no bones about what I did. But I got a great woman behind me. And we're going to get through it.
Our conversation continues in a moment.
Next, which one of these men brought his mistress to his family's home to have sex? Plus, meet.
All right, so what do you mean, Liz? I'm letting that play in the background. So, how do you guys feel? I asked you guys, was phone sex cheating? Okay, because I want to know how you guys think. Like, what are your thoughts around phone sex? Does that suffice? Um, because I was just having a conversation with the producer, and essentially, what we talk about is in premarital counseling. We cover every single possibility that could lead to the end of a relationship. More importantly, all the possibilities that could lead to having a healthy, vital, strong relationship, right? Now, Lawrence says, I think it is. Okay. So, the most important thing to a relationship is boundaries. Even though people don't often communicate them, sometimes those boundaries go uncommunicated. And as a result, you end up in situations where people are cheating, but for them, they may not have even known that they were cheating. They may have felt some type of way because uncertainty leaves us feeling guilty as well. So the places in the spaces that we don't explore when we're about to build healthy relationships, they definitely contribute to the maintenance of problems and the presentation of new issues as well. So we have to make that clear. If you expect for your partner to not masturbate, you should definitely discuss that. If you expect your partner to not have any type of, intimate relationship with anyone else, whether it's on the phone, whether it's visualizing, some of those religious folks out there, I know y'all out there saying the sins of the mind, sins of the heart, it's all the same. So I think it's really important that we understand the importance of communication. So if someone is going to cheat, they need to know what suffices. They need to know, because you can't betray someone if you're not agreed to something. Betrayals only happen when agreements have been made. So, and I always say a failure to plan is a plan to fail. So if you don't plan accordingly for your marriage and you want this to last a lifetime, like you're planning for things to have a rough day, years, eternity, whatever. So who thinks Chris is the least likely to cheat again? Because he's my pick. Just to let you know. And I want to know who's the most likely to cheat again on you guys' list. My most likely is, it wasn't what I think his name was the first time. His name is Stephen. I thought it was Terrence, but his name isn't Terrence. Terrence is the other guy. But my most likely to cheat again is definitely Stephen. My second most likely is this guy, the phone sex guy. And I don't even think I'm gonna play that part. But before I get there, I got one more part I want to play for you guys. Oh, I wanted you guys to see the conversation about I think it's this one.
Family's home to have sex. Plus, meet the wives. Watch.
Yeah, and I was so out of pocket with that. If you just look back on it, to my wife, she was just she just wanted to know, and I would really convince myself that you're against me, or you must be looking for something. You must don't want to be married. Mm-hmm. So I
and
would
mind
feel,
you, he's the one that's
afterwards?
married to the investigator.
I would feel a little guilty, like,
little
wow,
guilty.
I can't believe
A little
I'm
guilty.
there.
How did you feel? You confessed after the other woman was going to tell her.
We were sitting on the bed, and I said, I got to tell you something. You may not be ready for this. And
for the sake of confessing and getting it all out in the open and trying to move forward and beating this other woman to the punch
He's the
and
most
not letting
likely
That's
her.
to
really
cheat
why
again.
you were doing it.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Had you broken up with the other woman?
Not entirely, no. I have an emotional attachment to this young lady, and I'm not the type of person that just, you're off, you're done.
Mm-hmm. Did she know you were going to tell your wife?
Mm-hmm.
She knew you were going to tell your wife?
But she was so excited about ruining this thing.
She knew you were going to tell your wife, so she thought you telling your wife would mean, now we can be together.
Now we can be together.
Okay. You then tell your wife, and what was her reaction?
I've never known that I could hurt someone that much in less than a minute. To this day, still, I remember that evening so clearly. I never knew I could hurt someone that much, and it pained me, because I'm looking, I'm like, wow, you loved me that much? I didn't see it. I didn't
When I
get
go
it.
through this thought process when you tell them that you cheated, that when, where, how, it becomes all those questions. But you came home on time, and then it wants to get to the intimate part. Did you do certain things to her that you did to me?
When we were almost found out.
And let's just clarify, this was a woman who was a den mother with the Cub Scouts?
Yeah.
Okay.
And she decided we got to stop this.
And she decided?
Yeah.
But you all had sex and you'd
Yes, ma'am.
been intimate?
And,
in her home?
Well, in the family room there, or my family room, or in the van next to the police station.
You had sex in your own home?
Yeah.
You brought her into your own home?
Well, it wasn't the bed.
Wasn't the bed?
No.
But it's in your house. It's in your family room, right?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. And I'm just asking, is that a way of really dissing your wife? Or is it just convenient?
Well, yeah, it was just convenient.
Really?
There wasn't any thought behind it.
I just feel that that's the ultimate in disrespect, to bring somebody into my house and now.
I haven't
There's no
done
boundaries.
it. I haven't done it, but it's, part of cheating is just reckless. It's just reckless.
Goes to show you how men think.
Yeah.
Right.
This is what
You
I was
didn't think
saying.
about it at all, right, Chris? You didn't even think about it.
Wow.
Well, how do you even get her to your house? You have kids.
Everybody's at school.
Everybody's at school. Your wife's away. Okay. When you said to your wife, we did it right here in this house,
It was not good.
was not good.
No.
My wife was devastated.
This is
and
what's so interesting to me.
It was
You guys say this like, I mean, and I got over the years, I feel the heartache of every woman I've ever talked to. Not devastated, can't get out of bed, can't.
Well, yeah, my
move.
wife went through all that, and I've seen that. She didn't sleep for like 3 days and eat.
So, who did you guys, before I showed you who it was that brought a woman into his home, who did you guys think it was? I personally think that Chris is still the least likely to cheat again, because he had that experience. He brought this woman into their home that they share together, and it was so devastating, for his wife. And he's still obviously working to regain and reestablish trust bonds and things like that. I think that he's just not going to do it again. And here's the other reason. His wife did what most women do. What some of these women in this scenario, the vast majority of them, if you listen to the story of these men vying for the opportunity to go out and have extramarital affairs, his wife took what they had for granted. She got really comfortable. They had been married for what, 15 years? Or was it 18 for him? I know Brian was married for maybe 18, and then he cheated. But so the thing is, when you get really comfortable in your relationship and you're no longer courting your spouse, you're no longer, keeping things spicy, and you're no longer vying into them, trying to get to know them. These are things that your relationship requires. I talk to people about molding, cultivating, shaping, and positively making a contribution to your relationship constantly, as if it's a separate entity, because it is. And so cheating has nothing to do with the individuals, has more to do, which is why you see every single one of these people none of them is able to give a viable reason as to why it is that they cheated. You know, they can look at all the surface stuff, but nobody can ever give you a reason as to why they stepped out and they cheated. And that's because it's larger than them. It's more about the relationship they're tethered to, that they've made a commitment to, and nobody's doing the work collectively. Which doesn't mean that they're the only one doing the work, or and their spouse is not doing the work. It means collectively they're not coming together to pull the weeds out and attend to what is needed in that relationship. These are things that we have found through research, years of research and studying people, human behavior, and psychology of relationships. We found these to be the most important elements when it comes to keeping sound relationships healthy. It's a necessity. You have to do your part. Just because you were able to acquire a relationship, it's just like a car, right? Because you go and you get a car and you're driving that car looks good. I'm trying to share this other screen so you guys can see the conversation with the other women. But just because you acquire a new car doesn't mean that you don't have to attend to the maintenance on that car. You know, you're very much responsible for the maintenance on that car. And so what happens is if you don't attend to the maintenance on that car, eventually that car will fail you. Different parts of the car will fail you though. Okay? Different parts. I want to point that out. So the car has the, several engine parts, definitely have the essential engine parts that are lubricated that, need you to make sure that the oil is changed, but also has a starter, has a radiators outside of it. And these are the components of the car that need you to make sure that your maintenance is up to date so that the car continues to run smoothly. A relationship is the same way. The relationship needs you to mold, shape, cultivate, do the work that's necessary for the relationship to continue on healthily. So that means we need to communicate. We need to make clear boundaries. We need to communicate with clear messages and not just throw out, hidden messages, amongst something. Like, what, it sure would be nice if I were sitting on the beach right now. I sure am due for a vacation. Instead of just coming out and saying, hey, babe, why don't we take a vacation? What's the next available, time that you can take off? How soon will they need a notice? Things like that. Like the one guy who said he cheated because his wife worked too much resonates in so many ways. Sometimes we are there for our partners as much as we can be physically, but we don't realize that men do need emotional availability. They need that more than they do the physical availability oftentimes. So when you're not there for the emotional availability, for the conversations that take place outside of sex in the bedroom, because the other component that I didn't play from that clip is the fact that these men all confess to the fact that they had the best sex in their lives, in their marriages, while they were cheating. And that's something that we've known forever. In relationship counseling, the one thing that is the most difficult for us to get women to understand and men to understand is that the way a woman cheats is very different from the way that a man cheats. A woman has a process in which she leaves the relationship. Okay. During that process, a woman is weighing in on what options she has. Like, well, I could leave him. Am I going to get this alimony? Is it going to be worth my while? Am I going to find somebody to give me what I feel like he's not giving me? Because on the surface, women have about as much ignorance as men when it comes to the real reason they're cheating. Everybody always thinks it's something that they're not getting from their partner, but it's something that the relationship isn't yielding because you guys aren't molding, shaping, cultivating, pruning it as it needs. So when you start feeling empty as a result of the relationship no longer pouring into you because you're not pouring into it, those are your basic thoughts. And so then a woman is sitting there and she's weighing her options, right? Guys, I got news for you. When a woman steps out and she's cheated, that means that she has equated her relationship to not having much value left for her to stay in it. Because women are more emotional cheaters. Men are typically more about the physical moment and feeling some level of gratification where they're feeling emptiness because you're not there for them and giving them the confidence and giving them the reassurance and validation that they need. So, as long as they can get that need met, they're definitely not going to leave their relationship. Men are less likely to move into another relationship as a result of an affair than women. Women, when they cheat, they tether their whole self to a relationship. So it's hard to pull them back. That's another reason why I said that Chris is less likely to cheat again, because the feelings and the emotions that he allowed to become a part of his process in cheating and the way he allowed himself to be reeled back in says that he's made a conscientious decision that his wife and his children, his family matter most. And his tears are not reflective of the fact that it caused his wife pain. That's the reality. His tears are reflective of the fact that he's in a very broken and sunken place because he's in a very difficult space to be in because he's given himself emotionally to two separate relationship buildings, but in the same capacity. And so that's hard when you have to abruptly interrupt one of them in order to maintain the other. So let's look at what the other women have to say. And men, please pay attention. Women, it's going to be a rough one. You know, it is what it is.
Moral. They are working women. These women are a court reporter, a teacher's aide, a writer, and a public relations executive. Two are married and have children, but they all have something in common.
I've dated countless married men. By the time I was in my mid-20s, it wasn't strange to me at all to have businessmen who were openly married flirting with me. In fact, it became the norm.
I've been in a relationship with married men twice. The first time, the relationship lasted off and on for 7 years. And there were times when my child and his children, we'd all go out to dinner.
I'm in a relationship with a married man. It is somewhat of a fantasy life because he does have his own reality. He's married to somebody else and has a life with that other person.
I was married and I had an affair with a married man. My husband thought our marriage was fine, and I was always wanting an upgrade.
Well, Melissa, Michelle, Sarah, and Crystal all say that they are here to speak honestly about what it's like to be the other woman from their experience. The first question is, how does this start? How does it start?
I met the other man at a coffee place. He started showing up every morning at the same time, making a lot of eye contact, and then he eventually joined in conversation, and it just escalated from there. He said, "Do you want to take a ride in my truck?" Basically, I'm alone in a truck with somebody of the opposite sex, and we both knew what was going to happen.
I met him at a business dinner. He was a very distinguished businessman, high profile, a lot older than me. He pursued me very hard. He would phone me constantly, text messaging and calling.
The first time I became involved with a married man, I met him through work. I accompanied him on business trips, and I would be introduced as a business associate. We would go out 2 or 3 times a week. I don't know what he would tell his wife when we went out.
I met him in Vegas. We hooked up for the weekend. That was all really it was supposed to be. And that was 6.5 years ago. I ended up moving to his town after he had been married. And that's when we took it, I guess, to a different level.
So Michelle is a 36-year-old single woman who says she's been having an affair with a married man now for 7 years. What did you mean when you said took it to a different level?
The first few years when we were dating, I guess I only saw him like once a month or something. And he always kept me at arm's length. He didn't ever want to get to know me at a different level, I think because it was easier to keep life separate. And so when I ended up moving into the area where he lived.
And you moved into the area where you lived to be near him?
No, I had family
Okay.
area. So not for that reason at all, but we emotionally developed a relationship and ended up spending a lot more time together. So
Mhm.
I got to know him at a deeper level and more about who he was and what he wanted, and it was a lot more intimate than it had been. It was more physical in the beginning.
Well, Michelle's friend Melinda is here. What do you think of Michelle's relationship? Melinda?
I have a hard time with it because I think she deserves to be number one in somebody's life, and
Mhm.
she's always second.
Sarah, you've dated lots of married men, or several.
When I was younger, I
Yeah.
did get involved with quite a few. Yes, I was in a jet set lifestyle with my career, and there were many playboys out there who wanted to cheat on their wives, and it was my age, my circumstances, everything.
And so is it just, were you just involved with men who were married? Did you seek out men who were married?
No, I never seek them out specifically. Sadly, they seem to be the ones attracted to me. I never met great single guys. And so I kind of fell into it, which is no excuse, but it's the truth.
So I posted some questions for you guys as you guys have been watching this. This brings me to this question more in depth. Do you think that people who are married offer more than people who are not married? And do you think that that's a popular reason as to how it is people find themselves being the other woman? I asked the question, if you guys have ever been the other woman, have you ever been the other man? Have you ever been a side piece? Because one of the points that was made, and I'm sure you guys heard the one woman who talked about, I think her name is Michelle, the one who had been in a relationship for years. Is she though? She had been in a relationship for years with a married man, and she still is. She still is. She's still in a relationship with this guy. She said that things started off physical, and very much to my point that I was telling you guys earlier, there are emotional availabilities that are not rendered to people in a relationship. And typically the lack of that emotional availability will definitely send them out there and keep them out for as long as it can keep them out there, if it doesn't just do away with the whole relationship you have with them altogether. Now, the question, do you think that people who are married have more to offer in a relationship than people who are not married, is a very complex one. They have more to lose, right? So there are several women who I've known for years, and well over 20 years, some of them more than that, and some 30. And for me, it's disheartening for me to have been a married woman all this time. Said she meant what meant she capping that man's secret out. I know she poor. Do you think so? But I think it's hard for me, having been a person who was married and had friends who were single, and the only people they dated were married people. So that's always been one that just always made me like, you know. And I always had the conversations very much like you saw her friend say, well, I'm just thinking that she deserves more than that. But to me, it wasn't that I thought they deserved more than that, because I'm not a person who rates what it is that my friend does or doesn't deserve, because I judge. I'm very judgy of my friends. I'm the judgy friend. So I'm the person that owns their things. I never hide anything, but I'm always there to judge you too. And so I always hold my friends accountable for their steps, their missteps, and everything. Okay. So why do you know so, Casey? Oh yeah, I'm not saying they don't enjoy being a side piece. Obviously, the one that's been in a relationship for years with this guy, knowing that he's married. Did you hear the narrative that she spoke? She says he has his own story, his own truth as to what's going on. these types of women are typically the women who have been in a relationship with a man who was married for a length of time and eventually fell in love with him and couldn't let go, even if it had been made very clear that, these people are married. Oh, I know, Dorothy. It's one of those things. I think, it's one of those things that happen more often than not. Um, and these are the other women, and oftentimes people make, and I kind of felt a way about Oprah Winfrey going to get very attractive women here, because here's the reality. Most of the time, the other person is not better looking, because it's never about the looks. Says they don't want to take responsibility of a wife. Plus, it sounds like all these men have money. Yeah, these men. Wait, Jermaine, you weren't here earlier for. Was he here earlier for the conversation where the men, with all of the men in the room that had cheated? Were you here earlier where you got a chance to see all of the men? Okay, so you didn't see all the men talk about intimately their cheating adventures. So this is the second video. The first video was of men who have cheated. So you probably got to go back and rewind and hear some of the stories, because I even had a who's most likely to cheat again. And my least likely to cheat again is Chris. So when you go back and you're watching, just watch for Chris. My most likely to cheat again is Stefan, right? Not Terrence, it's Stefan. So I may say Terrence at one point, but I misspoke because they're both bald. But Stefan is my most likely to cheat again, for sure. For sure. He's still living it up now. I mean, but it is what it is. So oftentimes in these situations where you're reflecting and you're thinking about, yeah, you got to go back and rewind, because that was some good stuff. When you're reflecting about what they do deserve, says, Doc, these women are not attractive, bunch of 2s and 3s. So oh god, I thought that you guys base attractiveness on weight, dress size, and all that good stuff. Kevin Samuels would be very disappointed. But no, it's not about what people deserve. It's about what's more conducive for what they're looking for and where they are in their lives. So this young lady right here talked about how she ended up being the side piece inadvertently several times when she was younger, because that's what she was attracting. And there are several reasons why it is that women will attract married men, because there is something that married men are looking for. And particularly this woman, obviously considering where these women are in their life, you could tell that they've always been women who like the nice things in life. So if you like nice things and you want a guy to come to the table doing these things for you while bearing lots of gift and having plenty of respect for you, a lot of times these guys are going to be guys who have a lot to lose. And that's the reason that they are being this pandering type of person. That's not to say that there aren't lots of nice guys out there, right? Because believe me, there are great guys out there that are not married or tethered to another relationship. But it's hard to find them, I guess. I don't know. That's what most women tell me. But I think that cheating is something that happens in most relationships as a result of poor communication. If you don't have good communication, if you haven't conveyed very clear and concise messages as to what your boundaries are, what your expectations are in a relationship, and to what extent those people are going to be able to meet those needs, you're setting yourself up for that type of behavior anyway. Just gonna be honest, and I'm not wishing anything negative on you, but because for a lot of people, cheating is the positive that brings your relationship to another place, to where you're able to realize your capacity to be something greater, you know? But it never typically ends with that person leaving and going for the other person because they're not there for that. They're only cheating to meet an end, you know? So let's continue to watch these ladies give you their story about being the side piece.
Uh-huh. Are you? Is anyone here? Were you seeking out married? Were you seeking out married men?
I didn't know the men I dated were married when I first met them.
Okay. So, but after you go out with one who is married, and listen, you know, that isn't sometimes the first question on everybody's mind, are you married? But after it's happened to you one time, I would think that would be the first question the next time
Definitely.
around. Yeah.
Definitely.
And so when you find out they are married, does it matter?
For me, it mattered
Yeah.
at the time.
It did at the time. How long did the relationship continue?
For me, it lasted 7 years.
7 years. How long did your relationship continue?
8 months.
8 months.
What do you guys think about that? 7 years, 8 months. Which one is capping now? What do you guys think about that though? Somebody sent me a message and said that they believe that cheating only happens in relationships where it's a man and a woman because men and women weren't meant to be together. What about relationships where the people are homosexual and it's a man and a man because a man knows a man's needs and a woman knows a woman's needs? You guys realize that you can just type these messages here. You know, my channel is 100% about accountability. So before we get to the question, let's go ahead and address that one as they're watching in the background. I don't know if that's something that's going on in your situation and you're now reshaping your behaviors because you feel like you've been cheated on or what, but I'll go ahead and I'll entertain it. I mentioned earlier that polyamorous relationships can, you know, contain cheating, just like monogamous or non monogamous exclusive relationships. The same applies to situations where a person is homosexual. Heterosexuality does not determine whether or not you will be cheated on. People will cheat if the relationship is not attended to. So the relationship has no gender. Just to let you know, you guys gotta do the work. You gotta do the work. We have to be people who are not lazy and afraid to do the work that is required to keep relationships healthy. Period. So it doesn't matter if you're homosexual or heterosexual, the propensity for cheating to happen is right. It's still going to be the same because the reason is still the same. If you're not doing and attending to cultivating, molding, shaping, pruning that relationship, it's going to happen. One of you are going to do it. Like it's going to call for you to do it several times. You're going to find yourself in a whole entanglement. Hello, Jada. Shout out to Jada. She found herself out that entanglement. No matter how many people it hurt. But so the thing is this. Will cheating happen? Sure. Doesn't matter, you know, your sexual orientation. So, have you ever been a side piece? I want to talk to you guys. If you have ever been a side piece to someone, whether you knew it or not, type a Y in the chat. If you've never experienced being a side piece at all, type in the chat. If you've ever had a side piece, type a 1 in the chat. And if you never had a side piece, a 2. Okay. So the experience of having a side piece is 1 and 2. If you've ever had a side piece is a Y. If you've not had a side piece, it's an N. Okay. So I have to admit, I have definitely been the other woman. At least once in my life, for sure. Twice. 2 times. So when I hear these women say that the relationship persisted, continued to go on for years, for months even, after finding that out. That says a couple of things about the way I feel they value self or position or maybe even that partner. It shouldn't take long for you to know that a person is with someone else. Not if you're with them. Okay? Um if you decide to stay for that experience, that's 100% up to you. So I'm not going to guilt or shame you guys for your experiences because obviously they've gone on TV and talked about this, right? So to some level they've reached some level of autonomy or acceptance for the behaviors being what they are. And at the end of the day, we just need to be able to call a thing a thing. However, what you have to understand is oftentimes the other woman is blamed heavily. Okay? I don't want to be the focus of somebody else's discontentment, unhappiness, suicidal ideation, homicidal intentions, none of that, cuz that's not going to be good for you or me or my energy. So my thing is I sometimes wonder how these relationships that, people are the side piecing move on and continue to be perpetuated. I just wonder sometimes if that wasn't your initial intent in being with that person, how does it continue to the point now where you're intimate physically with the person that increases the amount of affect and intimacy you have? You know what I'm saying? Without you already not desiring that from the beginning. So I said that to say this. I don't feel like people are side pieces and continue to be side pieces for long periods of time without them already knowing they never intended to be a centralized focus of a relationship. Like, no, I'm not gonna. No, no, nope. Mm-mm. We're not doing that.
And when you were involved in this relationship, I know like all the women who are watching who are married and more and more women are actually having affairs. Did you ever at any time think about the wife?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
But she was a character of his story, of his life.
Yeah.
She's an extension of him, just like the kids, his friends, the rest of his family. She was just a part of his life that I accepted.
That you just accepted. And you felt like what in the relationship?
In the very beginning, it didn't bother me. But as I knew that she became suspicious, then it started to bother me because I knew it was hurting somebody else. When she didn't know, it wouldn't hurt her. But when she did know, then I realized that it
felt bad
about it. Yeah, it started to get stressful.
And the same for you, Michelle, or not?
I have always chosen not to know about the wife. It's been 6.5 years. I don't know to this.
So are you currently still involved? Yeah. Is anybody else here currently still involved?
Happily married.
Happily married. Happily married, non-cheating, married.
Correct.
Okay. Yes?
No, my affair lasted almost 2 years. At the beginning, he misrepresented himself and told me he was single. And he did a great job on winning me, spoiling me, taking me around the world. He was everything I looked for in a guy. I thought I'd found Mr. Perfect. So when he dropped the bombshell that he wasn't actually that available, I moved into another stage by then because I was deeply in love with him. And I thought if I kept going with this and being the person he'd fallen in love with, I could somehow win him away from his wife. I wanted to be number one. That was my challenge then. And that went on to be a very destructive path for me.
How so?
Because the more I wanted to be number one and the more that he was manipulating me into believing I could be, he talked about building a future together. He was a very intelligent businessman. So I was dealing with somebody who actually was a manipulator as part of his job every day.
And you're shaking your head because?
I'm agreeing with everything she's saying.
Do you feel you were manipulated into the relationship?
Oh, definitely, especially when they don't tell you up front that they're married. And I was very young. My daughter was 3 at the time. And he had the attributes of my soulmate. And then by the time I was emotionally invested, I found out that he was married. And After the 7 years, we spent more time together. The wife wasn't calling. We were going on trips. So I began to believe that she didn't care and that she was okay with it.
Yeah. We'll be back in a moment.
I wanted that picture. And then when push came to shove, he chose his wife over me, as is usually the case. I was
Right.
Okay, I let you guys got that little sneak peek in there. He chose his wife over her in the end. It's gonna happen. More often than not, the main relationship, whether it's a wife and a wife, whether it's a husband and a husband, nobody is gonna leave their definite thing, their sure thing for a possible thing.
suffering financially, mentally, and physically. My
How
health.
long were you in it?
Almost 2 years.
Almost 2 years. Yeah.
It
So
was-
you believed all the lies.
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
And they're always lies, are there not, Dr. Callahan?
I mean, I think from what you said, sometimes they say the wife is wonderful, but a lot of times it is lies. And they keep feeding you the story that you're going to move forward, but you keep noticing the reality check that it's not moving forward. So it's a big ego stroke to the woman, too, where he's telling you all, men have us figured out. They got it already. They understand us better than we understand them. And they know how to prey on women's vulnerabilities and how to give them that emotional attention. And they'll give you what you want so they can get what they want.
And so when you find yourself involved in that that kind of entanglement where Sarah was saying earlier she wanted to win, she'd been put in the position where she wanted to win. Your advice to women is what?
They have to get out of the mindset of it being a competition. You're not, the wife has already won. She's already got the grand prize. So you have to really stop thinking about winning.
She's already
by
got the lion grand prize.
Yeah.
The lion cheating grand prize. She's got it.
Well, yeah, that's right. What kind of prize is he really? And start focusing back on how to pick your life back up, because you do get so entangled with that other person that you don't know how to live without them.
Yeah, and I think one of the things for women who, you know, because it's very easy to villainize the other woman, but I think that quite often the wives don't understand the lies that are being told. I think the wives think that, well, why would you do this? Well, you know, in the cases we've heard here, you know, a lot of times you don't even know until you're emotionally involved, and the guy is never telling you the truth.
Well, he knows you're more comfortable knowing that he's unhappy, that he's not emotionally supported, that he's not sexually satisfied, that he feels lonely. Women are nurturers quite naturally. So when they hear all these things, they immediately step up and say, I'll take care of that. I'll please you. I'll show you how it feels to be loved. I can take care of you. I'm a wonderful person. Let me show you how great I am, and I can fix it.
Coming up, what wives have to say to the other woman. That's next. You get your chance, all the wives out there.
All right, so how are you guys feeling having sat with both perspectives, having sat with the men who cheated, and now listening to this woman give her perspective of what's really going on? Because we heard from men who actually cheated what their truths were. Who wants to come on the show and voice their opinions? I'm gonna drop the link really quickly as we dive into this discussion. Hey, Money Boy Trade, what's going on? So here is the link. If you guys want to come on, you want to share your experiences, having been cheated on, having evolved from those spaces, having been a cheater. How many of you think that the men who talked about their experiences cheating earlier, how many of you think that their insights outweigh the insight of the young woman that was the clinician to come on and have the conversation? So we heard from those guys, and all of those guys made it very clear that they never had the intentions of leaving the woman that they were with, but they had these extramarital affairs. Now, the one, Stefan, like I told you guys, he's on my most likely to cheat again list for sure. The little smirk on his face and all of that, He's definitely, he's probably going to cheat again. But I want to know how you guys feel about everything that you've heard before we dive into this. So when I say, do you think that people have to allow room for others to cheat? We saw this other woman talk about she had been in a relationship for what, 7 years, almost 7 years or something like that, with a married man. So it's not the same as the situation you heard the man talk about earlier, where he said that he was dating multiple women and happened to just propose to his wife and marry her, but he continued to see the other women, and she thought that he had let them all go mysteriously. Just let them all go. It's very different than that. She's a woman who has elected to be with a man who is married, even though she didn't know that he was married initially. And she's made it her point of contention to not know too much about the wife. But I think one of the things that's very important to mention is the fact that she's told us that basically he has a whole different truth. He has a different version of reality than I have about the nature of our relationship, maybe the intensity of our relationship. And she also mentioned that their relationship had taken a shift. And I want to talk about this shift for, you know, the reason that this shift is a very important part for regular relationships where people are in intimate partnerships where they're committed to one another. This shift is when we notice people having more of an intimate relationship instead of a physically intimate relationship with one another. So she said they're no longer having sex as much. It started off very sexual, but here it is 7 years later, while this guy is still married, they're in a whole nother marriage. And another woman mentioned that she became the other woman. You can't make this stuff up. So you can't stay in these situations. If you know that somebody that you are courting, you're dating, has somebody. So Money Boy Trey, welcome to the show. Introduce yourself.
Good evening, Dr. Jefferson. I think this is a very interesting topic. Do you think people have to allow room for others to cheat? I don't think you have to allow room, but because you can't control what another adult does. So if people want to cheat, that's just what they're going to do.
What about this question? Have you ever been the side piece?
I've been the side piece several times. I consider myself a professional side nigga. It's actually quite easy. Yes, I've been the side. It works for me because I'm in the space where the past 7 years I've been in the space where I'm single. I want no attachment. So if a chick got a dude, that means all I have to do is go fulfill my obligation, and she got another guy that's going to take up all her time. She got time to worry about me.
Well, you weren't on at the beginning of the show, but the beginning of the show, I played a pretty extensive clip of these men. It was a room full of men. How many men? 9 men. 9 men who had affairs on their wives at different points of their lives, repeated affairs, some of them. And these different
Can you
men,
hear me? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you now.
I was asking, could you hear me okay? Because I don't have my headphones hooked up like I typically do, so I don't know if I'm coming through clear or not.
Yeah, you have really clear. Really
Oh,
clear.
okay, cool.
Yeah.
Go ahead with your point.
But so these men made it clear that during their cheating situations, some of them, had zero, they didn't feel fulfilled in their relationship. Basically, they had zero attention being given. So their women were not emotionally available for him. One of them said his wife worked too much. The other one said that his wife was into too much and she was busy. He was the one taking the kids to the sporting events and stuff like that, doing all that stuff by himself. Meanwhile, wife's not available. The other one, the wife worked a lot, but he was the one that had the multiple women before he married her and didn't realize, okay, I am marrying an investigator. That's her job. So I probably shouldn't cheat. It didn't dawn on me.
You know, I'm of the belief that love is cursed by monogamy. I don't really believe in cheating because I'm one of those people that just because I'm having sex with more than one person doesn't mean I can't be in love with more than one person. But Joy Chit Chat, have you ever been the side piece is the question that Dr. Jefferson has posed. Be honest. I've been the side piece. I admitted to it. Be honest.
Oh my goodness. Hello, Dr. Jefferson.
Have you ever been the side piece? Yes or no?
No.
Oh, she lying. I can relate. I've been the side piece, fellas. It's a better job than being the boyfriend. Trust me.
Okay. Do you feel like, what about this next question? Does a married person have more to offer than unmarried people? One of the women who was the side piece mentioned that she was courted very well by the married men and she just never could find an available single male who courted her the same.
I can't say that a married person has more to offer than an unmarried person. There's a reason that a lot of people get married. There's a reason that I was engaged, although I'm scared of that shit now, but there's a reason that people do these things. So I really can't say, but sometimes I yearn for normalcy, which is marriage and all of that other stuff, but I know I'm a handful to deal with.
Interesting. So what does that mean, that you're a handful to deal with?
It means that I know that I'm an asshole. It's going to take a really incredible woman to be able to get me to commit again. Monogamously.
You mean exclusively? Because you've definitely had sex with someone before, right?
Yes, I'm still having sex now. But I'm just not in a monogamous relationship. But it doesn't mean that the women that I'm dealing with, I don't have feelings for or anything like that. It just means that I'm single. I'm of the belief you're single until you're married. All that boyfriend, girlfriend shit doesn't matter. If you're not married, you're single.
Oh, I can agree with that.
Well, yeah, to some. So being single, there's betrothal, and there is marriage. So betrothal is typically what comes when you become exclusive to someone and you anticipate marriage to that someone. So do you believe in that, or do you just you're like do you feel like, do you have the same energy that the guy that had several women and then all of a sudden got married to one of them? You have his energy, like, we're gonna get married.
Repeat that first part for me.
There is single, and then there is betrothal, then there is marriage. So the betrothal is you betrothing yourself to another person. If you're the guy, of course, you're proposing.
Yeah,
some guys they get proposed to. So
we call those subjects. Betrothal is bullshit. Oh, go ahead, Russ. I didn't see you up there. Go ahead, Russ.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say betrothal still means that your ass is single. Because just like me, I was engaged for a year. I was 3 months away from being married. So I never got married. So I was still single the entire time. Even though I was engaged, technically, because when I went to fill out an application for some shit, it said married, single, or divorce. So I couldn't type married, couldn't type divorce.
Well, yeah, but what about your actions? Do your action align with the fact that you're going to get married, or are you setting yourself up?
Oh, God.
Like
God, Dr. Jefferson, you stay making me telling my business. My actions did line up until said woman stopped giving oral sex. And I was like, hold up. I'm like, is this something that you're just going through now until we get married? Or is this some shit that you feel like you can't do no more for the rest of your life? I was like, because I'm telling you now, if you can't do this for the rest of your life, I'm going to cheat. And her response to me was, I'm being real, Her response to me is, well, since I can't give you what you want right now, I promise I'm going to do it when we're married. But if you feel like you need to get it done now, do your thing. I was a dumbass. I listened and caused problems. That's how I ended up finding baby mama number 4, full disclosure, but that's another story.
I feel like people get together for only circumstances. They're not linking up because they are really physically attracted to each other and they have this deep connection. I think a lot of marriages, people that get married, it's just a convenient thing. You know what I mean? So therefore, the wife or the husband to step out because they wasn't really physically attracted to that individual in the first place. Catch my drift?
Well, I do feel like people get married because they're getting married because something along those lines benefit them. So you definitely get married for a reason. But
Well, the smart women that get married, they understand that they need security, and the way of getting that kind of security and comfort is marrying a sucker.
So would you say, I don't know, were you on here earlier when I played the video of the men?
Yeah, I saw those, man. And it inspired me. It inspired me to become more of a sleazebag.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I mean.
Boy, I gotta ask you, the worst, you're the guy who's never been in love. So have you ever been the side piece?
Oh yeah, shit, I'm a side piece right now, cuz. Yo, my veins is cold.
Why? You heard me say why I've done it several times. Why have you done it?
I've done it because it's easy access, Don't have to do much.
Trey, your sound is muffled now. It was good earlier, but now it's more muffled.
Okay, hold on. All right, hold on, I got you.
Jermaine says, a man was given 2 wishes by God. The man wished for a road to heaven and the secret to women. God said to him, not even I don't know the secret to women, so you will get the road to heaven.
So can I okay, how you go? Dr. Jefferson, what was the question? Because I'm kind of late.
So
Joy, who hurt you? Joy, who hurt you?
Huh?
Nah, I'm just.
Who hurt you?
The answer is life, sir. Life has hurt all of us.
So a couple.
No, I'm gonna tell you who hurt me. Rush. Who hurt me was this flight to Memphis. Is what hurt me. The fuck?
But so the first question is, what is cheating to you? The second question is, have you ever been cheated on? Next question is, have you ever been a side piece?
Okay, well, what is cheating to me? Cheating doesn't exist to me. Have I ever been cheated on? If I have, I've never been aware of it.
I did mention women. Typically, men don't bust women. It's the other way around, but okay.
No, I mean, no, that's fuck that. Men do. Have you seen the show Cheaters? Niggas catch women all the time on that damn show. I'm just not that nosy.
No. That's with
a
the
reality
assistance
show
of cheaters. So when I say men don't catch women, if you need assistance to catch them, do I need to replay that?
Honestly, I gotta give back this one, man. It takes three guys to outsmart one average chick, and I know this because I used to help my friend cheat on his wife.
So, Joy, have you ever been cheated on?
Yes, I have.
I don't think there's a human in this world that hadn't been cheated on. That's why I gave a caveat and said, if I have, I wasn't aware of it. But I've never been caught cheating either.
But she said Joy.
I know.
That was
whatever.
Jeez Louise.
Why are you two together?
Because we're thotting and potting, man. We're thotting and potting. I caught your code message the other day on the Robinsons too. We accept you, man. We accept you.
Okay, so I have been cheated on, and I have accepted it, and I have cheated on somebody as well. So
Why did they say they cheated on you, and why did you cheat?
this is not your show,
Ma'am, okay,
This
this fine.
question,
I think everybody wants to know, why did you cheat?
People never know the real reason why they cheat. You saw
Thank
that.
Just
shit
think-
before.
I just told y'all the reason that I cheated on my fiance, because she told me I could. She act like she could handle it. She was like, if you need to get your dick sucked until we get married, go do your thing. It wasn't until she found out I was getting my dick sucked and fucking that it became a problem.
oh my God.
So dick sucking was okay, but fucking was against the rules. But she never found out I was fucking because the chick I was fucking lied.
She didn't like giving.
She
didn't like giving
just
top.
found out, like on this show. She just found out.
No, if she did find out, it doesn't even matter. It was so long ago.
Okay, interesting. On the show earlier, where the men were talking about their affairs that they had on their women, one of the women made a point of contention that the one that made the most significant impact on her is the one that happened like 5 years ago. Just gonna put that out there, not the more recent one, but the one that happened 5 years ago. So women have a different take on their responses to men cheating on them, because it's all about it's about several things around respect. For one, respectability politics goes both ways in a relationship, and oftentimes, especially when a woman is holding up her end of the bargain.
Nah, Doc, it's about feelings. I'm like Rush, it's about feelings, yeah. I mean,
I think these men say something different. Those men that cheated, all of them in the room now. I'm just saying.
well, you know what? I can't disagree, because most men can't deal with their women doing the same shit that they're doing. That's why I say I'm a fucking alien, because I don't care. It's turnabout is fair play for me. If I'm out here doing what I do, I cannot dictate what you're out here doing, you know, because I'm not gonna ask. Women will ask. I'm not gonna ask. I'm gonna let you live your life.
You wouldn't care because you got a rotation. I mean,
No, I don't care, because I'm not that nosy. That's why I've never been the nosy type.
I don't care because I'm getting my nut. I mean,
But I'm also just. I guess I'm one of those people where if you tell me something, I believe you until I see different. I'm not gonna go looking for different. I'm gonna wait for different to pop up in my face, and then I'll go from there. But I know I cannot control another human being, whether I'm married to them or not.
This is true. This is true. So do you think that cheating is about control or lack of self-control, or, you know, a lack of oversight of the relationship? Like when I ask about people allowing, go ahead.
It depends on the individual that's getting cheated on. Like, for instance, if a chick steps out on her man, either one, her man is already cheated on her, so she's getting that revenge sex. Two, he's not piping her right, but he's a good provider and a good father to the kids. I mean, there's so many different variables, man, you know? And
that's a lot of interesting stuff. Those are a lot of interesting assumptions, because none of these matter with women.
A lot of times when I'm smashing a new girlfriend or wife, is because there's something lacking from the home, you know? And she uses me as much as I'm using her for whatever fulfillment she's trying to get throughout me. Whether she's trying to catch a nut, I mean, or she needs that excitement, or she needs that feeling of somebody really genuinely want to, you know, beat it down, because you know every woman wants to be desired on that level. You know what I mean?
Russ,
I just know how to
Russ, let me ask you a
manipulate.
question. Have you ever cheated?
Have I ever cheated? Well, I never really been in a real relationship, but yeah,
Okay,
I've
so
cheated
that's
before.
a no.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, you
just say
can't.
no.
Right. So if
Just
you
say
never
no.
committed, yeah, if you never committed yourself to someone, that's why I asked you guys what is cheating to you. Because
Well, that's why about
you cannot commit an act of betrayal. You don't have anybody to betray if you've not committed yourself or your ideals to someone. So
Here's the thing: the reason why I'm not committed to nobody is because I know what time it is. You know what I mean?
Anyways,
Like,
whatever, nigga. So you can't answer this
nah,
question.
I know
I
what
don't
time
think
it is.
cheating. You can't answer this question because you've never cheated. Cheating, I don't think has anything can do with control. I know in my situations where I did it, and I've never been caught. When I did it, it was fucking exciting. It was almost like a high to actually be able to do this and get away with it.
Hey, yo, and
And
this
then when
is
you
this
get
is another.
when you get caught,
This is
it's not
something men
exciting
need to
anymore.
know. This is something men need to know. Yo, sometimes a chick like she enjoys the excitement of another cock in her. You know what I mean? Like just like how we get bored with the same pussy, yo, they get bored too, niggas. So they get some. Cause yo, this sounds right.
So,
I know some
so
ass
wait,
chicks.
Let me ask.
I disagree, Russ, because women,
Nah.
unlike men, can commit to one nigga for the rest of them lives. Most men can't do that.
Rush, let me ask you a question. What
man,
does what does baby mama terrorist mean?
Baby mama terrorist, she be sorting niggas off child support. That's what that means.
Okay, so do you have any children?
Nope. Not that I
Okay,
know
so
of, nope.
have you been? Okay, so
Child support is the least of the terrorism.
wait, hold on. At the same time as you talking about being cheated on, you still speak on things that you have not experienced yourself as a man. You can't tell another man how they supposed to accept a situation, and then you tell another man that
Well, Joy, yes, he can, because
Okay.
typically, you don't have to go through a situation to learn from it. You're supposed to watch what other people do, see what works, see what doesn't, and choose the best path. If you see something
oh
is
wow,
consistently failing,
so Money Boy's phrase. So you know that this is what you're supposed to do, but you keep maintaining these toxic behaviors.
I do, which is why I've been single for the past 7 years, because after the 7 years ago, I realized I was repeating a cycle of going from relationship to relationship to relationship to relationship without ever healing or being by myself.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand. Yes, you have to. And I had to realize after all these years of doing this shit. I'm 38, so I figured this shit out at 31. So from 17, 18 to 31, I was repeating the same cycle, and it took me 14 years to realize, bruh, you're doing the same shit over and over again. Stop it.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have to say, so Joy, he don't have to go through something to see what a lot of men go through and say, you know what? I don't want to deal with no baby mama terrorists.
While that's true, you did also start off the conversation saying that you're a professional side piece.
Yes, that's all, and that was during my 7 that was during my period. But even that, I can handle being the side piece even more now because I'm not attached to anybody.
It's
That's
more
what they
fun.
do.
Yes, because I mean,
because
before I got single,
Why, Mr. Brooks?
before I became single, I had side pieces. Since I've been single, I've been the side piece, and I'm cool with that because, again, all I have to do is give that woman a couple hours a week, and her nigga get to deal with all them other problems, not me.
Disclaimer, he's not talking about me. Disclaimer, I am not the woman with the husband on the side. The fuck out of here.
Joy, you married? Oh, hey, your nigga gonna be mad at you.
Oh my God, I cannot. I just can't. The foolishness, I can't.
That's how unnosy I am. I don't ask these type things. You have to tell me for me to
so
say
you're
something
like the
about it.
woman. So this woman that's been in a relationship for 7 years with the man as the other woman, she said that she's made a point of contention to not know about his wife, to not know any intimate details about his wife, because knowing those details could compromise their relationship. And so she's been in a relationship with this married guy for this long. So is that what you ascribe to after you made those self-reflections that told you that you were still very toxic to yourself? I just want to make sure I'm verifying that.
I don't think that I'm toxic. I just have realized that, you know what? I'm better off unattached. If you're unattached, nobody can say you're mistreating them. Nobody can say you're cheating on them and all of that shit. That's why I'm very honest with. Very honest with people from the get go.
But wait, nobody can say that if you actually honor your commitment. So the internal work, if you've done the internal work, and obviously you're not, but today you're gonna get a little therapy.
What do you mean by commitment, Dr. Jefferson?
Do some internal work and find out why you can't follow through with your commitments.
No, I said, what do you mean by commitment? What does commitment mean?
Because he's sucker free.
Wait,
this man is sucker free.
The commitment. No.
Stop it, Russ. What do you mean by commitment, Dr. Jefferson?
Commitments are things that we pledge ourselves to in our lives. Whether it's a relationship, whether it's going and dropping off a car, whether it's picking up coffee for someone, whether it's picking up lunch for somebody, whether it's fixing somebody else's brakes, fixing somebody else's hair, cutting somebody's grass, whatever things that you tell a person that you're gonna do, people are.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
If you were a man, right, and you say and you see today's climate on how women act in this day and time, would you want to commit to a woman?
Of course.
Please keep it a stack.
Of course.
Yep.
I would be very careful. No, I'm gonna finish. I would be very careful as to how it is I select that said woman, but I would definitely make commitments. I mean, okay, so a man is literally only as valuable as his word. Literally, that's the only thing you have, and no one can ever take away from you. You can give it to someone and decide to piss on it and not honor it if you want to, but that goes for
that's
men
the
and
old
women.
school way. They don't go by those rules no more.
No, but that's
old
reality.
school.
That's reality. You could go.
That's how
Let me
you
make
get
it. Let me
played.
make it clear. Let me put it on level term grounds for you. So, if you went out into the world and you became a millionaire, right? You could lose all of that money and everything that comes along with that money in the blink of an eye. All it takes is a good hacker, a scandal, and a hacker.
That's why you have your money insured.
That's the point. Scandal and hacker together equals you don't get no money back.
No, that's not true.
Okay.
That's why you spread your money in different accounts so it could be insured.
Hacker. So there is a reason that banks have moved to having chips in cards now. It's to remove the liability from the bank to give you that money back. You didn't look at the very fine print on those new policies and procedures. So that was the
Why
reason.
are you so difficult? You're so difficult. But I see what you're getting at. Yeah.
So
I see
my
what you're
thing
getting at.
is the only thing that you have that nobody can ever take away from you, whether you're in prison, whether you are limited as your rights and voting rights as a citizen, convict, ex-con, whatever, your word is the only thing that you will have 100% your entire life that nobody can ever take away from you. You can commit yourself to things as you see fit. However, the moment you default on a commitment, it says something about the content of your character. And so the reality is when people don't honor their said commitments in life, including fidelity commitments when they enter into marriages, it does something to the internal components of those people. That's why I said the guy Chris is less likely to cheat again, because even to this day, he was crying about something that happened 5 years ago.
That's Dr. Jefferson.
Who is Dr. J? Who is Chris?
Never cheated. Chris is
You've
the
never
guy.
cheated?
No,
Never.
Never.
In high school, you
her
did.
a
In
question.
high
No,
school,
you lying.
Wait,
in high school, you didn't cheat.
No.
Women be lying.
Okay, so I'm asking
Man,
about
you all cap,
Chris.
You sound like
capping
Russ talking
right
about
now,
he ain't never
cuz.
been in love.
No, I've just
Stop
never
capping
cheated.
right now, cuz.
So
no.
Rush, wait, hold on, Dr. Jefferson. We're gonna go back to the game banging. So Rush, you a Crip now?
No, that's a saying where people from Florida uses.
Russ
They
is
But you're
call
from
it
New York, sir.
Russ
You're
is
from New York.
Russ is
I used to
channeling
live in
his
Florida.
inner hood nigga right now.
I used to live in Broward, okay?
Okay.
That's how they
all right.
talk out there.
You say you should use in Brownsville? You said you used to live in Brownsville in New York?
I used to live in Broward County, South Florida.
Oh, okay. I
Broward.
thought you said you were in Brownsville. I'm like, damn, cuz you from the hood in New York.
So let me go to
See, Joy talking to her other nigga right now. I don't care. She just walked off and started talking to some nigga. I don't care. It's not my business.
that means you do care. But
Doc, you all
so-
captain.
All I care about is what happens once she gets off the phone and comes back in my presence. I don't care what she does when she's not around me.
So, Mr. Brooks, why do you think why haven't you elected to alleviate yourself of the pain associated with the infidelity, the acts of betrayal, and all of that? Why is your choice to just not engage and allow somebody else to get close to you again?
Because he probably hasn't healed.
I was totally looking for that answer for him, even though you didn't admit it with yourself.
No, I promise. I don't know how I didn't admit it myself. Joy and I had this conversation the other day, and she thought it was weird because I was like, I said, I don't know if it's all the way true. I said, but with all 4 of my kids' mom, I could say I was the reason none of that shit worked because I know I'm a handful to deal with. Whether it's true or not, if I was the reason it didn't work, I know I'm a motherfucker with myself. So I just blame it myself. I don't mind putting the blame on me because I know how I am. I know who I am. I'm not delusional. I know what it is with me.
Shout out to Mr. Brooks for staying sucker free, you heard? Stay sucker free.
He ain't sucker free. He got hurt. He ain't sucker free.
So the thing is,
he hadn't healed.
Cheating is not the fault of either partner. That's the reality. Okay. Now, if you're trying to be in a relationship that is healed after you've seen infidelity become a part of your relationship and the dance that you do with your intimate partner, what you have to do is do the introspective work individually. Collectively, you guys are responsible for contributing to your relationship's growth and its maturation through said growth. And if you're not doing what it takes to maintain equilibrium in that relationship, you're subjected to the possibility of infidelity and other acts of betrayals becoming a consistent part of the
that's a guarantee. I'm gonna tell you why that's a guarantee. Most women in the United States have high body counts, which prevent them from having the ability to pair bond with their significant other. So therefore, that leads into infidelity and paternity fraud. You're
So you say most women in the United States have high body counts, as opposed to who? Their male counterparts?
The women, the guys. Listen, Doc. There's more virgin males than virgin women in the United States. These girls are effing and sucking. If you understand what I'm saying.
This is true. I ain't seen a virgin in about 15 years.
Wow. Well,
What do you mean, wow?
Stepping in that pool for the most part. You did mention that you were 38. So
yes,
unless you're Kevin Samuels out here in these streets, borderline pedophilia on the line,
Oh, wait, whoa. I will not. There is nothing wrong with me going to the community college, getting me an 18, 19-year-old woman. They're adults.
Preach, brother. Preach. Let them know
if they can go fight in a war at 18 and 19, they can take dick.
Oh, wow, Mr. Brooks. That's very, You know what? And I appreciate your transparency, but that is extremely
Oh,
for anyone.
and I can relate to that situation as well. Yeah, it definitely takes time to get over that.
Yeah, because it's still fresh. It's a fresh wound. But I
Miss
do suggest you go and you see a therapist, because these are things that oftentimes we think we're strong enough to navigate on our own, and we think that time can help to heal those wounds, and we think that we'll be okay, but
Mr. Brooks, can I, if you don't mind, have you told her how you felt since this has happened? Have you told her how you felt about what went on? Because like sometimes that's the only way you can get closure. That person might not give a fuck, but at least expressing to them how you felt is a way to get closure and moving on. Because if you open your heart up to a person and tell them how you felt, and they give you a negative response, then that means like, fuck them, I'm good. But you know, if y'all were ever at a place where y'all had mutual respect for each other and she's a decent human being, then she will understand what you're saying. But I hope you're also not upset by the fact that she got somebody else pregnant. Because I swear to God, that happened with me and my baby, but not my baby, my fiance. The day we broke up, I skidded in her bear. We broke up. I found out 4 months later she was pregnant.
Awesome.
I went up to her job. I asked her, was it mine? Because the time frame and shit added up. She said no, and I didn't argue with her. But I did have to ask because I know the time frame added up, but I wasn't bitter or anything. I simply asked her because I wanted to accept responsibility if it was for my child. And it's also the same woman that told me, like, if we break up, I ain't gonna never let you see your child because you an asshole. So I had to ask, is this my child?
Doc, you gotta stop spreading this whole thing, you know? Everybody's gonna cheat. You can't trust nobody. Everybody's in it for themselves.
So everybody needs to develop trust issues, because essentially everybody's going to get cheated on. That's what you're saying.
Listen, Doc, I don't make the rules. It's just, it is what it is. The statistics show that 70% of the time women initiate the divorce.
What is that supposed to mean?
Well, it means that what's the point of getting married when you guys going to end up getting divorced anyway?
Well, the statistics have nothing to do with individuals' relationships. So.
Oh, I forgot you don't believe in stats.
Well, I don't believe in stats as it applies to human behavior individualistically. So a person has free will. Free will prevents them from becoming a statistic if they choose not to, and encourage them to become one if they choose to. So it's all about belief systems.
What you're doing, you're encouraging men to be suckers. They have to stay sucker free.
Independent and free.
Rush, I am far from a sucker, but I do like women. Like, nigga, if you like women, some woman is going to get you open like a motherfucker. It's no way that you can protect it. That's why I don't believe you when you say you've never been in love before. I don't believe you when you say you've never been in love before. Because I've been single, like I keep repeating, I've been single for 7 years. I've been in love with several women, and I've managed to make a child in the past 7 years too.
Why you've been single for 7 years?
Because I chose to be. No, but that doesn't. Yeah, okay, you can say it's sucker free, but I still won't say I've never loved a woman though. What the fuck? In them 7 years,
Trey, that's the answer. Mr. Brooks answered the question that you asked earlier.
Okay, I told her, and she told me that she still loved me and she still want to be friends. I told her we was way too close for that. But if she's moved on, I mean, you can't do anything but respect the fact that she still wants to be friends. Yeah, I mean, you can choose not to want to be her friend, but based on that answer, her saying she still wants to be friends, I don't think she's an asshole. She's a person who has empathy and understands what y'all had together and what you went through. And she realizes what she did was kind of fucked up. That's why she says she still wants to be friends.
See, I mean, look at Mr. Brooks' situation. He's going through this situation because he trusted into somebody that tore him apart. Who wants to trust somebody with that kind of vulnerability? I couldn't do that.
Rush, you put trust in the skeezers you fuck now. There's no way to get around it.
Sir, that is a lie.
No, real talk. When you get up with a chick that you're not used to dating, that's not your girlfriend, when y'all go out, you have to worry, or she come back to your house, you have to worry about this chick calling somebody and getting you stuck up. You don't know this bitch, so she really ain't got no reason not to rob you. Because the way you tell it, you ain't got no ties with females. It's one night stand, 2 night stand, and you own. So every time you get up with a new chick, you taking a risk of being with a stick-up kid.
Hey, big head.
Sir, I got the grip. I got the grip.
So, and the truth is this:
They don't want the smoke.
you do have a significant amount of trust, for all of the people that you choose to have sex with, and I think that that's one of the things that came up as a point of contention. For
It's not trust. It's just that I know what I'm dealing with.
Well, hold on. For one of the guys that was on the previous clip, the first clip that I showed you guys, that man spoke to the fact that he had given more information to the side chick than he had given his wife, and they all agreed, all of the men in there that had cheating relationships for years, all of them agreed that they had more trust for the side chick than they did for their wives. So one of the things that comes up when you're seeing that, when I'm hearing that, because as a therapist who specializes in infidelity recovery, one of the things that we explore is safe spaces, visiting safe spaces for communication and relationships. So when people are in relationships, although they also need to have that emotional availability of their partner, they also need to have safe spaces to convey messages. So if they feel like you're 100% going to jump on the defense, or you're going to be feeling a certain way about everything they do or say, they're not going to share anything with you. Like, for what? What do I look like sharing stuff with you if my sharing leads to your feelings?
Side
chicks. Video, by the way, is right.
Side chicks are usually the fun chick, the chick that you can do anything with. That is until they start catching feelings. When they catch feelings, it's fucked up.
Well, that's the thing. These men, now we're just going off these cheating men that felt, good enough about the stability of their relationships to share with the world on Oprah now.
But you're on
These
the real
men
side.
said that they equally had feelings.
Let me say this real quick.
Hold up, Rush. What are you talking about, Rush? I couldn't hear the doctor. What are you saying, Rush? Just forgot. What did you say, Doc?
These men admitted that they had feelings.
Yeah,
they developed feelings, and it was hard for them to.
They caught feelings for the side chick.
Yes, yes.
But that's not far fetched either, because I remember I was the same guy that said earlier.
Fucking up in the game.
No, I was the same guy earlier. No, but you can't help who you love. If you're having sex with multiple people and you're spending the same amount of time with both, chances are you're going to fall in love with both of them, because you feel like one of them. No, you feel like
he does that.
No, Rush. Nobody is perfect. So you may have this one woman who gives you incredible head, but her sex sucks. The side chick may have the best sex skills ever, but she can't cook or some shit like that. And you feel like you're getting the best of both worlds from both of those women. So you can easily fall in love with both of them. I did this shit for 4 years with 2 women. It happens.
So wait a sec. Let's address. So Mr. Brooks, you're talking about the woman that you were with. And you know what? I think that also goes to one of the, if we went back
Yeah,
to the story of the men,
you still went through a lot.
right? And that's hard in the last year. I'm glad that you're seeing a therapist. I would say that. But
Shout out to you for being a transplant survivor. My daughter is a heart transplant recipient, and I know the battle that y'all face daily with the medicines every 12 hours and the constant visits to the doctor to make sure that there's no rejection going on. Salute you, brother.
so one of these guys on the show earlier in the clip that I played for you guys, he did mention, I'm trying to think of which one was it. Was it Brian? I think it was Brian. Brian's wife said that she, and this is sad, she brought him home after he had heart surgery or something like that, and she nursed him home, nursed him to health, and then he left 3 days later with another woman and took the other woman out of town on a trip when he was cheating. So it's not uncommon that by the time these women are emotionally available for their men, these women are emotionally available for their women, or you know, whatever type of relationship you're in, by the time the partner is emotionally available for their partner, that they've already decided that, okay, you're not ever there for me, and so they don't trust you to be there consistently. um and some people deal with their distress in negative ways or unconducive ways as well. So these are things that, they are definitely issues, and I feel like people need therapy to address the things that they do and why they do the things they do and avoid getting to the root of the issues. But I think that you have to understand that another person cheating on you, it really doesn't have anything to do with how intimate, how close, how important the relationship has been over the course of years, because it's about the things that you guys have negated to do for the relationship in and of itself, because it's separate from both of you. And so going through the difficulties and the struggles of life together, it typically doesn't phase a person when they're getting ready to step out. It just doesn't. I mean, it's a sad truth, but it's still a truth nonetheless. How do you feel about that, Trey?
Re- Repeat that for me. I was doing some thotty shit. What were you saying?
Joy, what are you doing?
No.
I said I was doing some thought shit, not her. But repeat that. What do I feel about what? I heard you say, what do I feel? But yeah, I was kind of distracted before.
Joy.
No. Dr. Jefferson, stop saying Joy. That's him.
We scheduled to come to Atlanta next month, Dr. Jefferson.
Yes.
Y'all need a session.
DeKalb County.
Y'all need a session for sure.
Sure. Hook it up.
Reflections to separate yourselves.
Hook it up. We need a one-on-one session, Dr. Jefferson.
Oh God, it's just sad.
Make sure you wear the I want to see the blonde hair when you do that session too.
Oh yeah. Me too.
Can we request how you come if we paying?
I just can't.
I'm saying if we paying, can we request how you come?
No, absolutely not.
That's not. I thought it was like pay-per-view or I thought the customer was already right. I thought the customer was already right.
Only Money Boy Trey, out of all of the people in the world, only this guy.
This is why you love me.
Yeah.
So
and I love you too. And I love you too, Dr. J. Because we come to Atlanta.
Joy, you have got to, don't let that toxicity just take root,
The toxicity works on her the same way it works on you and everyone else.
To infiltrate, Joy.
My toxicity is intriguing. It makes people want to be like, what is this nigga talking about?
No, what's wrong with him?
However you phrase it, what's wrong with him? Whatever it is, it makes them intrigued. What's wrong with them, or they still want to find out for themselves.
Poor kid. But so, how do you feel about the fact that people typically cheat and it has nothing to do with the struggle, the strife, the time and attention that you give into a relationship. How do you feel about that point?
I'll say it again. Love is cursed by monogamy. Somehow we as human beings feel like that I still ask every woman that says you cheated, where the fuck is the rule book that says that I can't sleep with other people? This is just some shit that y'all came up with.
Well, it's really, and I address that, so I just can't. So I address that. The thing is, cheating doesn't happen unless you've committed to something otherwise to that other, with that other person. So if you've made a specific commitment, and that's why I always push for healthy boundaries and expectations for people. If you've made a commitment to be with someone and that commitment looks like, okay, I'm only going to be with you exclusively, right? That means that you should be able to follow through, because otherwise you should have never made that commitment. So life is about moving yourself into spaces and relationships where finally you're able to get something out of being authentically you. If you have to cheat, it says that that person that you picked isn't a person that you can be authentically you with. So when you guys ask me, have I ever cheated? I never had a problem with cheating. During my time where I was selecting a suitor, for me, for me, it was about making sure that I'm in alignment with the right type of energy. And so if I don't feel like I can be myself, I typically know that after the first date or at least the second date with a person. So I am going to leave. So I'm extremely great with discernment. And I think that that's the thing that most people have got to move into encompassing discernment. And so if you're a person that's great at discerning whether or not you want to be whatever you want to be and in what spaces you benefit from, you're a person that doesn't have to worry about cheating. But that doesn't mean that you don't have to worry about somebody else doing their own thing, because you guys aren't dealing with a relationship accordingly. So I think that if you guys are satisfying the requirements of the relationship and you're keeping things fresh and renewed, and you're giving what it is to the relationship that's needed so that other person can remain whole and you can, cheating isn't something you have to worry about. I know that there is an overall consensus that people cheat. There's also an overall consensus that it has a lot more to do with monogamy or exclusivity. It doesn't have to do with either. It's about personal fulfillment. So why are you finding yourself in these situations where you're with these people who don't add enough value to you for you to feel complete?
I agree with Big Kane. Side chick, things are cool with the side chick until they catch feelings and all of a sudden demand that you leave your wife or your girlfriend or whatever for them. Should be beautiful. Like again, I say it's like it's like a high when you're able to do that shit. And I was a person that did this shit for 4 years simultaneously with both people knowing, and I still got that high.
Well, these women right here just talked about how they were side chicks for these guys 7 years on end at the most. So that says that these side chicks are not worried about what the main chick, the wife, got to do.
Well, because I mean, just like with everything, you got your real people and you got your fucked up people. The real side chicks already know their role, and they still. That's why I'm cool with being a side chick. I would never catch feelings for the woman and be like, leave your with a side dude and be like, leave your nigga. No, I don't want your headache. That's why I'm the side nigga. I just want to fuck you and send you back home.
So do you ever think about the propensity of you guys becoming infected or anything like that? You don't think about that?
I mean, if I'm having sex bare, yes, but if I know she got a dude, why would I be fucking her bare?
There are several diseases that are contracted diseases. No, I said diseases, not
infection. That's a given. That's a given. Whether you with whether you're with just one person, that's a given, because you never know what the fuck they're doing. But as long as you're protected, that's all you can do is protect yourself.
But you're not protecting yourself. if you can
Question.
still get diseases from other people when you're
Let me ask you a question, Dr. Jefferson. Put you on the hot seat. Have you ever required a guy to use a dental dam?
Of course, if we weren't married or we were just engaged or something like that.
Rush, do you know what a dental dam is?
Rush is on the phone.
Now, you're the first woman I've ever heard say this shit beside the women on what was that, Booty Call?
I was an entire
I've never heard a woman say,
doctor. There is no way that I was about to become the patient.
I've only had one woman that had a diaphragm before. I've only used a female condom once with a woman. They don't believe. Y'all women do not believe in that shit.
Yes, women do, because it's about protecting yourself.
Well, none of the ones that I've encountered have, except for one. So right now, 99% of the women I've dealt with, no matter the race or color, have had diaphragms.
Well, So Big Kane said he's never had a woman ask him. Well, I'll tell you one thing.
Big Kane, have you ever had a woman break out a female condom on you?
So you would run around here having random encounters with women and you're not 100% sure about her disease history. That's an interesting thing for me.
That's 99% of the human population. It's wrong. It's wrong.
99% of American population.
Now, fuck that. The world, most people, Americans aren't too different from humans across the world. Most people do not. When we get in relationship with people, most of us don't talk about the shit that we're supposed to talk about. Yeah. We don't ask people if they got any diseases in their family, any sickle cell, any mental illness. We don't ask shit like this.
Yeah, in most countries, it's still required to get a blood test before you get married. What are you talking about? That's one of the reasons.
What name two of them then, since it's most countries?
France and Africa, in most African countries.
Baby, I need you to, baby, I need, but you know why? See, Joy just asked me why I have a diaphragm, because I am different. And most women have never seen one of these motherfuckers before, and they women condoms.
Well, I mean, most women are dependent on men, I guess.
That was my point exactly. So most women don't even know what the fuck that is. Especially if you say if you say diaphragm, they have no idea what you're talking about. What you mean, the thing in your throat?
Say we just want to hump. Oh my God. You guys are scary.
See, this is what, when you go to like little public speaking things and shit like that, they pass these things out. That's why I was like, I said, a lot of people don't even realize if you go to your health department, they will give you free birth control and free condoms. But most people don't know this shit.
Well, I think they do, because I think that everybody.
No, they don't. Because the only reason that I knew it is because my brother was 4 years older than me, and that was the first place he got his condom, so it was passed down. But there are no billboards or no ads or no classes in school telling you go to your health department and get condoms.
Sex education is.
Well, I can only speak for Memphis
now, and so.
Well, I can only speak for Memphis. This is where I was born and raised. There is no PSAs to let you know this. It's either somebody in your family told you, one of your homeboys told you, or some shit like that. It's not common knowledge. In Memphis, it's not.
Well, you also said you're 38. It became compulsory in 2012, 2013.
But I've known about them at least since 2000. I've known about going to the health department for condoms since at least 99, 2000. Because again, my brother was 4 years older than me. And I graduated in 01. So like in 99, I knew I could go to the health department and get like 100 condoms in a brown paper bag.
So that tells me that you were extremely hypersexual. So again,
No, I was a hustler. No, what it was is I was a hustler, and I knew most kids did not know where to get condoms from. So I took the free condoms and sold them.
Oh my God, that is just. Oh.
Man, I mean, it may
Clutch
seem
my
wrong, but hey, you can say it was wrong, but I was promoting safe sex, ma'am. I was promoting safe sex at a cheap price.
Interesting.
I wasn't gonna use 100 condoms. I'm selling the shit out of them. We're in high school here. 20 teens everywhere.
Amazing. Well,
that didn't know where to go get them. And do you think I was gonna tell them where my plug was? So I know I wasn't telling them where they could go get free condoms because I was trying to make money off of them.
Oh my God, that's just terrible. Terrible. Okay, so
it's real life and it's sad. A lot of us don't know this. That's why I said I'm gonna make it a point to say, women, you can go to the health department and get free birth control. Men, you can go to the health department and get free condoms. You don't need ID. All you have to do is say, I want condoms, I want birth control. They will give it to you.
Yeah, because
no questions asked.
Well, then again, Planned Parenthood is what it is. It's there because obviously people have risky sex and they make a lot of mistakes around sexual promiscuity and end up pregnant and then decide they don't want the baby. But so I have a question for Joy. Ask Joy, does she believe that people have to allow room for other people to cheat? When we're talking about these longitudinal side pieces. This 7 year, this woman says she's been in a relationship with a married man for 7 years.
Pretty much what she's saying is what Kevin Samuels said, high value men don't cheat, they exercise their options. So when you get with a high value man, should you allow them room to exercise their options?
I'm gonna say this.
No.
So
Do you
I
think
gave her Kevin Samuels lingo.
Do you think that that's what she's with this one? Well, probably because she said that he's taking care of both of them, and she makes sure that she makes it a point to only mind her business, and she doesn't care about what the wife has going on. So maybe
That's because that nigga is doing something incredible to make her not want to look. She's only cared about what he's providing for her. And it's the same shit I said earlier.
Was it Jermaine earlier, producer? Like, was it Jermaine that said that she was there for the money earlier?
Well, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna jump in real fast and say, how old is she?
Doesn't matter.
No,
She's
it
an older
does.
woman. Did you guys not see her? Let me bring it up so you guys see it. Okay, so take a look. She's the one that's been in a relationship with the guy. Hold on, not her.
It doesn't matter. To me, age doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because it's about the benefits.
Not really.
If you 18 and you got a mind frame that's beneficial for you, if you 50 and it's still beneficial, it don't matter what age you are.
That's right.
It's her. So you see her face on the screen?
Well, Joy, I'm trying to brainwash her.
Oh.
Really? Really?
Yeah, programming is essential, guys.
That's the lady right there.
Guys, you have to
She's
get
the
the
one
women
that's been
on your
in a
program.
relationship. She's been in a relationship with a guy for 7 years who's married, and she doesn't care about him being married because it ain't her business.
It's not because this nigga probably taking care of all of her bills. So why she shouldn't care what the fuck the wife got going on? That's why I said I guess I'm different because I feel like that. Because I'm like, look, I'm with you for a specific reason. I don't need to know about shit that you do when you're not with me. It's not my business.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been like that, I gotta say all my life, but I've been like that for about 13, 14 years. I just don't give a fuck. I'm concerned about what it is. I'm concerned about how you make me feel when I'm with you because I tend to live in the moment.
Well, that's exactly what she said that she's there for. So how do you feel, Joy? Do you think that his wife has to allow space for him to have a whole nother woman? Because she said that they're now in a different space in their relationship. And based off of her description, they're in the space that most marriages reach at that tenure. So most marriages, after you've been together with someone for about 5 years, 6 years, sex phases out and it's not really a huge thing. And typically after 3 years it does, because typically at 3 years you're having a kid and life is changing. You guys are reshuffling.
So
it's into different spaces.
so what we're looking at is the Karen. We're looking at the lady that's on the Karen, right?
She's not Karen. She's Is she Melissa?
That lady white as hell.
Oh, she's white. Yeah, she's white.
Oh, okay.
It's a lot of white women on that show, though. It was two
No, I was just looking at the.
But you know what? White women have historically been better side chicks than black women. Black women talk
Oh
too
my
fucking
God,
much.
that's not true because
It's not truth.
That's not true because what's that? The golfer.
Tiger Woods' wife did not tell on him,
but his side chicks did, and they were all white.
Okay, so
But she didn't come out and bash him.
yesterday.
And they didn't tell on him. They just called the house.
That's telling on him.
They ain't come out in the media and write books and shit.
That's a
So
lie.
that's what I'm saying. So I did the show yesterday about Michael
Hold
Black
on.
cheating and then marrying this woman after she took to the internet, and she's allegedly Asian, but she took to the internet and wrote a long post about
Exactly. I watched that. Exactly.
And the black woman that cheated on him, I mean that he cheated on, what was it, last year year before last? That woman that he proposed to on Valentine's Day, she was vilified because she was a black woman taking to the internet doing the same thing but less invasive. And he married the Asian woman after she did it.
Exactly. And that's what Tiger Woods did.
I don't care the race, creed, or color. A woman is a woman, and we got some women that just ain't shit. They always.
No, that's not true.
No, we
That's not true.
just like we
That's
have.
not true.
No, we have men.
No, because when a black woman,
man.
hold on, slow down, hold down.
You stop me. You stop
Because
me.
when a black woman comes out and says something,
Can I finish? Just like we have black men that ain't shit and gonna always forever not be shit, we got some black women, and it don't matter what race you are, creed or color, it's always going to be that certain element of society that ain't shit. It happens.
I just want to mention that Stefan, who is my most likely to cheat again, is a black man.
I don't want to seem like I'm doing black men because I was just about to say white women. It's some ain't shit white women out here too. It don't matter what if you're a woman, you ain't shit. If you're a man, it's some niggas out here ain't shit. That's just what it is.
Hold on, let me find my screen with Stefan.
The quicker we realize that, the further we can realize these niggas ain't shit. They not worth saving. I'm just gonna go with the people that are more like-minded like me. People that have the same belief system and morals and values as me. That's where watching cycles and deciding, you know what, I'm part of this negative cycle, I'm going to stop comes in it. It's where watching history is key. We have to watch history throughout your own
what
life.
history are we watching? If they trying to erase our history and then a white history ain't really being told.
Oh God, here we go. I was talking about.
So I think that the handing down of legacy happens with family reunions being a huge thing. So wait, this is Stefan, by the way, you guys. He's the most likely to cheat again. This is his wife. He was smiling the whole time talking about his cheating endeavors. I just feel like he's going to cheat again, by the way. Just wanted to mention that. Okay, let's go back to what you were saying. I'm just saying. He had a lot to say about his cheating escapades. And then he still got that little smirk on his face. Let me show you guys. Let me unmute that. Show it to you guys.
How hard that was for him.
Really?
Yeah, I had never heard him verbalize that. ever.
And was that one of the hardest days for you ever?
By far.
Now, Ryan told us how smart you were, and that he thought at one point that you were 2 steps ahead of him all the time.
That's the one.
Did you
that
feel like
married
you were
the
playing detective with
investigator
him?
cheated anyway.
Yes, I did.
Yeah. And I said to him, "That's no way to live."
I actually work as an
And see, look at that. She's pregnant now. Happiest marriage ever after cheating.
investigator.
Oh,
So I don't miss much.
Yeah.
I don't miss a step.
And his cheating turned you into a crazy person, I heard you say.
I felt like I was running around in circles and I felt like I was losing my mind.
You
know.
actually caught him in an apartment. Did you not cheating?
Yes.
Yeah. You
right
are
after we got married.
Yeah,
yes.
you did.
It's awful because
Why didn't you leave?
with looking and digging and searching and then
Right.
once you're
No,
right,
this lady said right after they
motivates you
got
to keep
married,
looking and keep digging and
He's
keep
the one
searching
that
and
was
there's no answer to
dating
it.
several
she
women
found the
while.
Now,
nigga
Amy, how are
cheating.
you
No,
today?
he was the one
Because
that
you
was
just
dating her and
found
several
out.
women while they were before they got married. He just
One of
up
those
and
days
married her.
I'll have in my head, like my kid's birthday is
She
January
knew what
13th.
she.
This year.
I don't even know why she's on this
But
show
what you
because she
found
knew
out
what she
was
signed
about
up
an
for.
affair that had happened
5 years ago.
Why is this affair that happened 5 years ago
Worse than the other
so
two.
devastating to you?
This one was a lot more involved. When I first found out, he, in a way, tried to make me feel bad. He said, oh, it was nothing. I read the emails after I found them. He was upstairs with the kids. I stormed out of the house, went for a walk, came back. And when I came back, he said, I know why you're upset. And it's nothing, it's no big deal, that kind of speech. And I said, you've got to be kidding me. I was like, you don't see.
Okay, let me stop you there. He has said to us that he had no sex with any of these people.
He says he didn't, but I'm not sure if I'm still willing to believe that because I've read the emails and
Did the
it's
emails indicate
obvious.
some sex happened?
They indicated that something physical happened.
Okay,
Whether
John.
it was touching or something else, he.
Okay. So who agrees that Stephen is the one that's more likely going to cheat again? By the way, look at this guy.
That nigga must make like $3 million a year.
What do you say that? What?
He look
Why
like
would you say that? What does that mean?
Cause he looks like any old normal geek. So you know his
People cheat.
earnings.
Normal people cheat.
I know, but I'm saying like, okay, you as a woman, is this an attractive guy to you? Joy, look at this white man. Wake up. Look at this white man.
Why do you have to say this white man? Why can't he just be this man?
Okay, well, look at this man. Is he attractive to you? And that one's for you. George just ain't moving. She sleep. I put her to bed.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that he's attractive to me, but he's obviously attractive to somebody. And I think
that's because this nigga probably got like $10 million worth of stock in Apple.
Says they will all cheat again if given a chance. So what do you think? So that goes back to my original question. Do you think that it's their partners are giving them the room to cheat? You just saw that old guy that had multiple women and then just up and married his woman. You saw, and she was an investigator.
She knew what she had, and now she's having buyer's remorse, and I don't like this shit. If you know what you got up front, why the fuck are you gonna marry this nigga? He had the same bitches before y'all got married that he got now that y'all married. Why are you upset?
Well, that's the thing. She was a side chick, and she didn't know she was a side chick. He said he had several women all at once.
Yeah, side chicks know.
I'm talking about his admissions. He said that he was dating all of them at once, and he lied to her and told her that
what happened to women. But what happened to women's intuition though?
Her woman's intuition told her he was still doing. That's why she was doing her investigative work, and she called him in the apartment a couple of days after they got married.
What was her? So her investigative work had no yields until after they got married. What kind of sorry ass private investigator did she hire?
Because she's an investigator, so she didn't hire one. She is an investigator. That's her work. That's what she does for a living. She was planning her wedding. So as long as she was planning the wedding, he proposed to her. She was
Dr. Jefferson.
What?
You're Dr. Jefferson. You're not a private investigator, and there's no way you so caught up in planning a goddamn wedding you can't tell if your motherfucking fiance is cheating or not.
Sir, he might be good at it.
Oh,
obviously.
So the woman is stupid then. I'll give him that. He's an incredible mastermind, but that means she's gullible as fuck.
Does that mean she's gullible though? Or does it mean that he was able to finagle his way into having an extramarital affair and his wife not catch him until a couple of days after.
Okay, I'll give you that. So when she caught him, what did she do?
I think he said she threatened to leave him.
She threatened to leave the nigga. She didn't leave, and then she went on Oprah.
No, because it was a couple of times that he had cheated, but he came clean about all the times, and he no longer cheated on her again because he had done it for so many times, and she was going to leave him, so he cleaned his act up.
Enough said. This nigga, you found out he lied to you before y'all got married because he was dating a whole bunch of bitches. He was lying to you. He tricked you. But when you caught him cheating,
she knew that he was she knew that he was multi-dating, and that's one of the things that I talked about. Multi-dating is extremely dangerous for stable relationships because if you already engage in that behavior prior to getting married, and then you think it's supposed to just cut off because you said I do today. It's not going to cut off today.
It will cut off if that person wants to cut off, but shit, she caught him a couple days later, so she knew he didn't want to cut it off, and she allowed him to keep doing it. This lady's full of shit.
Look, I heard his point of view. He's the one that was interviewed. We're just not hearing her stuff.
But she's the one that stayed. You know how many times a woman can cheat on me?
Why do you think that?
I've never been cheated on.
They said, now, do you think that men would hold a woman's hand if she was the one cheating? No, women are more loyal than men. I think women do have more follow through than men.
You saw Will Smith, and I'm just one of them guys too, where I don't give a fuck, especially if I'm doing my dirt. I wouldn't care. I'm just. But like, I've never. I've never been cheated.
Are a different situation altogether. I'll just say that.
As far as I know, I've never been cheated on. If I was, I've never found out about it.
You're a man. You'll never know anyway.
But I'm saying, but it's the same way with the women too. If I cheated, they never found out about it.
They probably never said anything, but trust me, they know.
But okay, but if I found out they were cheating and I chose to stay, I'm not complaining about them cheating anymore because the first time they did it lets me know this is who you are. So you got one time to cheat on me and it's it. You got one time to disrespect me the way that I feel like is irreconcilable and that's it.
Oh, wow. So you really think that it's the person's fault for cheating?
I don't believe in cheating.
Okay.
I keep saying love is cursed by monogamy. I don't believe in cheating because there is no rules.
Even in polyamorous relationships, sweetheart, there are rules. There are 17 different polyamorous structures and dynamics.
Yes.
Okay.
And each situation dictates their own rules. In my world, in my reality, there is no cheating. And that means I'm not saying that I can just fuck people and you can't. Live your life, because you know what? I'm not going to ask you what you're doing when you're not with me because I'm not that nosy. All I care about is the time that I'm spending with you when I'm with you. Everything else outside of that, I don't care about. So there is no cheating to me. And even in a monogamous relationship, there is no rule book that you can show that says you cannot have sex with more than one person. If we go back to the Bible, all of those people had multiple wives.
Well, I personally feel like it doesn't matter what type of relationship you're in, whether you're in a monogamous relationship or a polyamorous one, there are always boundaries in relationships. So cheating is anything that goes against what you have committed yourself to, regardless of what type of relationship. And I don't believe that cheating happens to everybody. I don't believe that everybody cheats. I do believe, however, that people are more likely to cheat because they are not understanding the full capacity in which they're supposed to provide for their relationship and not for their partner. When you find yourself caught up in the mindset that you're supposed to make someone happy, or you're supposed to be providing something for a partner, or you guys are supposed to be one, oftentimes that misconstruct leaves your relationship without what it needs to survive. So you won't put the work in because you don't know the work needs to be done. And then after the fact, when cheating happens, typically people understand that, you know what, we should have been having deeper conversations. We should
When
have
I
done
cheated,
different things, and then they have a healthy relationship.
when I cheated, it was out of lust. And most of the times, lust was one night stands. If it was really good, then we carried on. But when I cheated, it was out of lust. It wasn't anything else. It's really quite simple with men. I don't know about women, but it's quite simple with men. We just be out. It be a fine ass woman. She'll give us some play, whether we got a ring on or not. And we cool with it.
Story. It's a good cover story. These men just shared their truths. They were men who cheated. They didn't say they cheated because of lust. The vast majority of them cheated because they didn't have the emotional availability in their relationship with their wives or the space for conveying adequate communication with their wives. And as a result of that component, the wives and the other woman was never more attractive to them than their wives. It was, and sex was great with their wives while they were cheating. It was just having somebody to listen.
Yeah. I mean, I can't knock those guys' story and their perspective.
Well, it's about emotional maturation too. It sounds like where you are, you haven't matured emotionally to a space where you're ready to commit to anything, whether or not it's monogamous or polyamorous.
I'm not. Why can't it? Why does it? I have to be. I haven't matured. Other than I've accepted reality that I cannot commit to one woman. That ought to be. I've accepted that reality, and any woman that deals with me has to accept that that's my reality. I ain't forcing nobody to fool with me.
So even if you did say you can't commit to one woman, polyamorous relationships are definitely an option. However, you still have to commit.
No, I don't.
Because you're missing the biggest concept.
I was like, no, I don't.
Relationships, commitments are an inevitable part that make these relationships work.
Ma'am, I could have one woman that I'm dating exclusively for a year. I ain't fooling with nobody else for a whole year, but she knows at any given moment I'm going to do what the fuck I want to do, and she has no problem with it because 9 times out of 10 she embraces what I have because the shit that I have going on and the plan that I've laid out for her is obviously something that they feel like they can roll with or agree with.
Or it's just, something that, so everybody has space fillers in their lives, okay? At some point, you're always going to have a person that comes into your life and they're not meant to be in your life for a completion of a season and just for a moment. And sometimes those space fillers come in to fill voids where you're preparing yourself for something greater. Okay, now I'm not saying that that's what you are to all of these different women, but essentially when people are not looking for a commitment from you of some sort, but they're still having and engaging in some level of an intimate relationship with you, you're just a space filler for something that's more permanent and more concise and clear and fulfilling in their lives.
I agree, and I feel the same way about them, but I can call women that I had relationships with 10 years ago, and we're still cordial and friends, and we actually do business together because they sell products and shit. So I don't have bad terms with these women. So that's why I said I can't knock those guys' perspective saying they didn't have an emotional attachment. I'm just saying when I did the shit I did, it was because I wanted to.
Definitely had emotional attachments to the women that they cheated with because when we feel heard, when we feel validated as people, and oftentimes people, I know that men, you guys love to put up this facade, but the realities are this: men are definitely emotional creatures. And so when these men, and Big Kane, that's what I urge you to do too. Go back to the very beginning and listen to the admissions of these different men's point of view that I played at the beginning of the segment, and sit with some of the stories that they shared. It's 7 men. So it's 7 different men speaking about their personal experiences and some of the symmetry in books and in psychology, the way that we interpret infidelity in relationships. Sit with those men and their different perspectives, and they are of different ethnic backgrounds and race. And I think that that can definitely offer some perspective. Now, that's not to say that they didn't want sex, because in some of the situations, there was no sex at all. And I think you guys heard one of the ladies who were saying that she really just feels like there was something physical with her man and these women that she read messages about. However, and there could be, okay, could be, but that ain't my business. Okay. My thing is this: if you as a woman provide space for peace for your man, if you as a man provide space for peace for your woman, if you are a heterosexual or homosexual person providing space or peace for your man or woman, either way, that person feels safe with coming to you when they feel like something is going wrong in the relationship. As a result, you guys can get to a higher state of being and relating to one another. Alternatively, if you don't provide those things and people don't feel safe communicating, they don't feel understood or invited, those people can't emotionally be there for you, and they cannot emotionally convey where they are, period, and expect for you to be there for them.
Doc, I think Russ is asleep, and therefore at this point he's just cloud chasing. Get him the fuck up out of here.
Oh, my producer got to remove him.
Yeah, kick him up out of the stream. He's just up here. Big Kane, hit the link. You dropping knowledge in there. But no, Doc Jeff, I think I can't disagree with what you're saying, but I just simplify and say, when people realize they cannot control another human being, so therefore you can't blame yourself for what another person did, life becomes a lot more easy, a lot simpler.
It's not about blaming people. He said those men lying for Oprah.
No, but most of those men, somebody always wants to blame somebody for something. It shocks the shit out of my exes when I say, I can agree, I'm the reason this shit fucked up, because I know I'm an asshole. I'm hard to deal with. It shocks them because they expect to hear somebody else say, it's your fault, it's your fault. They wanted to say it was your fault, and I beat them to the punch.
Well, that's the thing. Blame never helps to resolve issues. I think that people do that because that's something that you learn, that learned behavior from inadequate conditioning. Definitely is something that people run to. And it's also
I call it
that blocks people from recovering after infidelity, because they think that they're taking responsibility for their actions, but the reality is they're just placating to say what they think needs to be said for the other person to let the situation go or move into a place of acceptance for them forcibly. It's a manipulation tactic. And that's one of the things that I was talking to you guys about one night when we were talking about people are naturally and intrinsically manipulative, because they are. So these are behaviors that you learn at a very, very early age. And once you do, encompass that said behavior, you become unhealthy. So, hey, Miss Faith, how are you? You become unhealthy in the way that you relate to other people, in the way that you relate to yourself, in the way that you hold yourself accountable, or you decide not to.
It took me 35 years to realize what honesty is the best policy actually meant. It took me that 35 years to realize that.
So how do you see honesty? What do you think honesty?
There is not one woman that I come in contact to right now that doesn't know I have a problem with monogamy. I do what I want. But if I'm talking,
so your problem is not monogamy. Your problem is with commitment, because you think that polyamory means no commitment, and it doesn't.
I don't even care about polyamory. I'm not trying to have a whole bunch of women. But whenever I want to do what the fuck I want to do, I'm going to do what the fuck I want to do. It's not about having 2 or 3 women, trying to have 3 wives, trying to pull. I've done all of that shit. But like I said, I could be talking to somebody exclusively for 1 year, not messing with anybody else. But 1 year in day 3, I may want to have a one-night stand. And that's just what it is. Don't mean shit. It's just a one-night stand, back to living life. But I'm honest. That's why I'm telling women that's what I want up front. If you can't deal with it, and it's weird because when you tell women this shit, they don't believe it. I was open and honest with these 2 women for 4 years, and they still act like I was cheating on them. They knew if I'm not with you, I'm with you. It got so bad that I had to I had to give them 3 days, 3 days, 7 days for myself. That even got to be too much. I dealt with it for 4 years. After that, the 4th year, I was losing my damn sanity. And I said, you know what? Fuck both of y'all. She ended up getting one of them pregnant after I said that. But yeah. And honesty is the best policy. But even dealing with that 4-year stressful situation, I will never go through that again, because if I'm open and honest with you and you're still stressing me out about what I'm doing, even though I'm honest, I'm just done. It's a wrap. That's where I learned from my mistakes. And there will never be a 4-year period of me feeling like these folks tracking me and bugging my phones and following me and shit and fighting each other and all of that shit. It will never be that again. First time, I'm out. You know what you stand up for. Because both of these women, if I call them right now, will say, no, that nigga never lied and said that he didn't fuck with both of us. They complained about what they knew.
I don't think putting blames on others is a learned behavior. Is human nature. Adam blamed God for eating the fruit.
Man, it is. That we always want to blame somebody else before we look at ourselves and say, what did I contribute to this situation? It's easier to blame the other person.
Well, it has a combination of things, but it's still learned behavior. So people learn in utero from the mother. After the mother, when they are birthed, people continue to learn from their environment and also from their mother's interactions with external people in the environment and secondary caregivers. Then more expansively, they learn from their interactions when they're putting their actions, when they put into practice what they've learned from those observations, somewhere around 2 years old to 4 years old, when they're connecting with other kids and things like that more immensely and intensively. They're continuing to learn. So it is still learned behavior. So there are several different ways that we learn things in life. Some things are from direct experiences. Some things are by way of secondary experiences. Some things are by emotional imprints. Some things are by more operant conditioning, and then some things by more classical conditioning, observation and, hands-on.
Miss Andy, I agree with you, but I agree with Adam as well. Because had God not made Eve, he never would have ate the apple. He didn't eat it prior to Eve being created.
So, Miss Faithful says, why do you have to have another woman when you have a woman willing to be faithful to you when you own it?
Lust.
We've talked about that a little bit.
Faith, there are 7 billion people on the planet. Almost 8 billion now. That's why I need another one, because I haven't tried every woman on every continent.
That has nothing to do with
I haven't even tried every woman in it's 50 states in America. Fuck the world. It's 50 states in America. Big Kane, give me an amen, sir. We toxic tonight.
I can't. So it has nothing to do with that, because essentially women have a natural capacity to want to be with several men. It's a natural capacity for sexual desire. So that's the reason why there was so much value placed. So nobody has ever asked the reason why is there so much value placed on a woman's fidelity to a man. That's the reason. Because
Cleopatra wasn't
no,
faithful.
men have always known that women have a very, very high sex drive and women have a high propensity to be sexual. And if we looked at the brains of woman versus man, and we looked at the sexual operating organs, and we looked at synapses, and we looked at the neuroreceptors when it comes to sex, in the male versus the female's brain has a higher yearning for sex, also for sexual gratification. The male's brain has a lower yearning for sex and a lower yearning for sexual full gratification. So men can stop short of the end goal and not be fulfilled completely, but they're good for the moment because they have a shorter capacity to go the long duration of sex in general. So achieving that every time climactic orgasm with their ejaculation is enough for a man versus a woman when she's having sex, unless she has decided to dedicate the act of sex to the man, or unless she is very young and youthful. That's why men typically marry virgins and they haven't come into their full understanding of their own sexual needs.
Oh, I gotta. As far as I know, I have a 99% approval rating, ma'am.
Miss Sandy says women can't be with multiple men.
What, ma'am?
Miss Sandy.
So Miss Andy, have you ever?
You realize that there are nations that are founded around polyandry, right?
Prostitutes, ma'am. Fuck it. You ain't got to go into that. Prostitutes.
Not even the prostitutes. But
that solves it though. They fucking hundreds of men every night. What are you talking about?
But they've already been exposed to sex.
They still doing it though. She said they can't do it. Yes, they do.
So Big Kane, why do you say that's not true about virgins? It's true about every
virgin in 15 years.
When we do our studies, it's about propensity. So certain parts of your brain respond to certain type of stimuli. That's literally what we do. Neuroscience proves all theories behind human behavior for us. We look at the fMRI scan. It tells us what part of the brain lights up when exposed to what and in what capacity for how long. We've even emulated the act of sex, to see how human behavior looks inside of the brain. These are things that we do. So as a sex therapist, I keep up with these things. So it's not about virginity. A woman knows that sex will happen at some point. Your body, you have neuroreceptors that are responsible for responding to sexual external stimuli. So what the body needs and what the body gets sometimes are two totally different things. However, behaviorally speaking, sometimes women are going to be upset about that and sometimes women are not. More than likely, though, in relationships, women are going to be the ones that are not going to be upset about that because they're giving their commitment to a man in exchange for his provisions. But you have to understand why men have valued for so many centuries a woman's chastity and her pureness and her body in exchange for said provisions without thinking twice. So he said they want to marry / have a woman who hasn't been around the block.
That shit don't exist no more, Big King. Not less than motherfuckers 10. That don't exist. Girls having babies at 12 now. And I got a 2-year-old daughter. That shit bothers the hell out of me.
So just to give you, that's an interesting perception, Miss Andy. However, in East Asian cultures and in the Amazon, Brazil, and Brazilian cultures, 1600 BC, That's before Christ walked the earth, declared Christianity, and all of this wonderful thing, a human component of monogamous relationships and blah, blah, blah. These nations were into polyandry. Their women would marry all of the brothers in a line to make sure that they had enough fulfillment and enough provisions and everything that they needed to build a successful kingdom. It's about legacy. So these are things, you know, that have just been around for years, and still to this day in East Asian culture, this is a common practice. It's never changed. They've never been exposed to Western culture values where hypersexuality is in response to XYZ. It's just the way
Well,
they've always been.
let me clarify, my Miss Andy. I agree with you saying the women try to act like men, not that a man's peen is worth nothing. Show me a society that women have built. Show me where women have done construction work on skyscrapers, built roads, all of that shit.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. In polyandrous societies, women don't do any of those things. They have men to do them, but they have multiple husbands, which is why
But
they can have several men to do those things.
but that's why I'm disagreeing with her with peen is nothing. No, penis builds your societies. The shit that the women ain't gonna do.
I mean,
Man, but you gotta remember, Miss Andy, there are more women on the earth than men. So it's a whole bunch of women out here whose pussy is worthless. If you're saying it's worth everything, because y'all doubled us. So where are those women's men at if y'all got us outnumbered?
that's an interesting thing to say. And first of all, that's just an American stat. I'm just going to make that clear.
America is the best country in the world, ma'am. God bless it. I don't believe in God, but God bless America and no place else.
The world is filled with men and women.
We the kings.
And you have an entire country that is overpopulated in China, where they
Yes.
actually kill the women if they're born first.
Yep.
So
They sterilize them in some countries.
they're naturally making sure that they have an overabundance and yielding several men versus women in their population. So, you know,
And they sterilize them in some countries across the world too when they come out. They value the men because men carry the legacy. Unlike the women, women get married and the name goes away unless they hyphenate, and women don't really push for that. For
well,
some
no, in
odd
most
reason.
countries, the hyphenation is there anyway because it's about the legacy for all men, not just the one man. So the father's legacy of the woman, which is also the background about men paying, or the wife's family paying for the wedding.
Yep.
Um,
You know what? When that happened with my fiance, that shit blew my mind. I was like, wait, what?
That's what's behind there, because it's about the father feeling honored for his legacy to continue, because that's now when his daughter is allowed to procreate. You know, it's a lot of legacy behind that. But I think that the problem that I have with people in America is that, very much like Miss Sandy, people are thinking
We're ignorant. We're
You know what I mean?
ignorant.
You don't
We
know
don't
anything about
know.
any cultures outside of America, and then the
We're
rest of the world is
ignorant.
out here living and operating in its own way. And men and women in America are trying to argue for stability and importance and validity. The thing is, you have to get out of this culture to understand that other cultures operate healthily in respecting the balance. Men and women have a mutual need for one another. There is a mutual need for one another, but also there is a congruence amongst people from other culture that values legacy. People in America tend to be more reckless with their behaviors in marriage and engage in cheating behaviors, physical cheating behaviors, more often than people in other countries. Now, that's not to say it doesn't happen. It just isn't as prevalent, and it's definitely not as frequent.
I'll chalk it up to us being ignorant, because I got to go back to 7 years ago. I didn't know that the woman's family paid for the wedding. This is not something that's commonly known again. The only way I found out is I happened to marry a chick whose family was bougie as fuck, sent her to Spelman and all of that type shit. Mom was an audiologist, dad ran a casino, shit like that. I just had, so they knew I did not. So that's the only way I was exposed to it. Had not been engaged to that woman, I never would have known this shit. It's a whole bunch of shit them bougie ass people taught me that I never would have been exposed to.
Them bougie ass people. Well, I'm glad that they were able to teach you something.
Though they were bougie, but I don't hold it against them. I love it. Again, they taught me some shit. I don't regret it. I say nothing bad about the whole lot of them.
Well, that is definitely that's the idea essentially. It's an old school idea. I don't think it's pragmatic in this generation though of people in America. Western culture doesn't respect this either way. Um, I think that also a lot of the norms, the social norms in society and Western culture contribute to those ideas not being valid anymore. So if you have a tremendous amount of young women, especially when I talk about these Generation Xers and Gen Zers and the millennials behavior as well, with this hypersexuality on both parts of men and women, and not valuing abstinence, abstaining from sex, protecting and preserving not only your energy but also your body. These elements so that you can have
They're
something.
not even valuing safe sex though. But they're not even valuing safe sex. I don't care if they abstain or not, but be safe.
No, they're not trying to be safe because
Because
it's
again,
about being more intimate, exchanging more spiritual energy.
and remember when I brought up earlier about diaphragm, if we're really into saying that we're about safe sex, we will require the woman to wear her condom and the male to wear his condom if we're really all about safe sex. But we really push men to just wear the condom.
That's an
That's why.
interesting thing. So why do you think it, it's very interesting to me how American people devalue their men, don't hold their men to the same level of accountability as their women.
I don't know, but that's why I make it a point to stuff that's supposed to be so common sense. I know for a fact it's not common sense because I'm a late bloomer to a lot of this shit. And I'm saying it because I can stop some people from becoming late bloomers.
Well, I advocate for safe sex practices. I also advocate hugely for abstinence, even if you guys have started to explore a little bit in junior high school, etc. I think that people should do the things that keep them safe and keep the people around them safe longitudinally. So the reality is this: there are a lot of people, and that's not to say that these diseases are killing people faster than not, because most of the diseases of that are sexual contagions, most of them can definitely be managed quite well if you got the money for the meds, right? But why would you
Kids
even put
having
yourself in that
kids,
position? Yeah,
kids having kids is what's destroying us.
I think that too. But even there are a lot of people that don't have children that are still misinformed. They don't have proper information. Miss Andy says when women move sleep around like a man, they devalue their own body. That's why women aren't supposed to move around like men. That comment goes
Same,
against the valuation of a man.
yeah,
Men should
the
have
same thing goes for us as men. The stigma just isn't on us as men.
exactly, but that's the crazy thing to me because here's the part. So let me just go ahead. This is the logical part of sequence, right? When you're thinking, let me make it make sense for you guys. If you're saying that you're okay with your men being hypersexual and having sex with multiple partners, and then your women saving themselves for same said group of men, you're still contributing to the abundance of sterility due to sexually contracted diseases because you can become sterile as a result of hypersexuality. I don't know why it is that you guys aren't learning these things in America. It's beyond me, because these are things you're supposed to learn in middle school.
But again, that's
With or
what we
without
assume.
condom.
You would think that's what we're supposed to learn, but we aren't. We're ignorant on a lot of stuff. And people have to, don't be offended. We simply don't know. That's all ignorance means. We don't know.
So wait, now Miss Sandy says men aren't marrying women because they give it up for nothing. Why buy the cow when you can get the milk?
Oh no, no, ma'am. I'm a man. That's just a saying that sounds cool. Like porn stars get married for a reason.
Yeah, it's no there it's so your comment, Miss Sandy, has no accountability for men. I'm going to say the same thing. So it behooves a man and a woman to be very careful and to abstain from having sex with people that they're not intimately involved with, not just physically, but true intimacy. Spiritually connected, resonated with, understand their sexual history, the propensity to gain diseases from one another, interacting with one another. Because the thing is this, neither one of you has to have an active sexually transmitted infection in order to create a disease. Wow.
Yep, trichonoma.
Diseases have to come from somewhere, and it comes from infectious behavior, pathology. So it's something that we call rate of infection or propensity for infection. So what I need you guys to understand is that when you are hypersexual, as men especially, because men are the people who are carriers for parasitic infections and diseases. Oftentimes, men will have no symptoms at all. So you're telling me, Miss Sandy, in your rhetoric, these last couple of comments, you want your women, I want to be able to get this right, to save themselves to have sexual encounters with a man who has been sexually promiscuous and risky out there. That's definitely going to bring them a disease, create a disease amongst them. Therefore, both of that leads to their sterility as a couple, and now they cannot even have a legacy together. That's what you're telling me. That's what I read from your message.
Miss Andy, I love your morals, your values. I rock with it. I salute you, but I also will say, I personally, I treat everybody equal, no matter if they're male or female. That's why I say I have no problem with the woman cheating on me because I'm not going to ask. So I will never know because all I care about is what's going on when I'm in that moment with you because I'm doing me. People are too fucking nosy. That's what causes a lot of problems. People are too nosy because your people are happy until they find out they're getting cheated on.
I agree with that sentiment, but I won't agree with the sentiment that it's only in a man's nature to sleep with multiple people. So
Well, that's why I told her I believe in being fair.
Yeah, it's not even about multiple women. So lots of men love to have sex. However, longitudinally, a man is incapable of having sex for over 35 minutes consecutively with his penis being 100% engaged. Why do you think men have to use the stop technique when having sex?
Miss Andy,
do something else because their bodies aren't geared up to do that. However, a woman will continue to be wet, produce several, you know, several interactions physically with that man in that same said encounter, and she can continue to stay engaged because that's the nature of a woman. It's not the nature of a man.
Miss Andy, I'm gonna just save you like 10 more comments. For everything that you type, all I'm going to point to is prostitution. Are there more women prostitutes and strippers or men? Like women literally can fuck all day and a dude won't even know. They can have trains ran on them and their husband will not know. When he come home 8 hours later because they've been sat in the tub with vinegar and all of that shit and then tighten the muscles right back up.
Well, I've always been married to a man who believed in protecting and providing for family and never believed that his woman should work. My position in working, my career this has always been me being me, and of course, spiting my father. So I'm just gonna be honest with that. And I've never had a man that I've ever even dated that didn't fully provide. And that's with no sex. So that's why I find it very difficult to sit with the fact that you guys really have these notions that this is not what men want. American men, even. I mean, I've dated people of different cultures, but even American men. I could say to my husband right now, hey, you know what? I'm not going to work anymore. He understands that it's his responsibility to care for us. So if he has to do whatever it is he needs to do to take care of us, he's going to do it. And that's even if I didn't have a full retirement.
Miss Andy, in my case, if I reversed it and told the woman I wanted to stay at home, they would do it because I'm a guy that I don't date women that make less than me.
Says, I am abstaining and perfectly content. Great, Candy Girl. And that's something that women need to do more often. I think also men too. Because it does also help you recalibrate your energy. Because your energy that you offer sexually, intimately to your partner, not only sexually, it cannot be balanced if it's everywhere.
It's your life force. You're giving away your life force.
Right. Literally, you need to cleanse all those negative spirits. And I don't mean squat your
And Yanni's thing,
smoke.
you know what? We may need to come up with a Dr. Jefferson Yanni cleanse line.
I don't stand behind any of that. Offsetting pH balances. So
Well,
we can.
we
The
can.
question. Let's say he said the same thing to you. What would you say? At this point of life, I would say, okay, that's fine. We're set.
Why not? If he's done it for you up until the moment he said he needed it done, that's where if you say no, you just selfish as a motherfucker, and that person ain't for you.
Exactly.
Life is about give and take, no matter who you're with, no matter what the status is. If a person can't help you like you help them, fuck them.
Right. And the idea is to have enough in savings over the course of you being with that person to be able to ride it out if that's what you guys want to do. Personally, I just don't believe in not working or not doing something because I feel like once you really retire, because I retired once already. So have my husbands. And the thing is, like, everybody's working. I think that what comes next is death. And I don't think any of us are ready to see that. So I think we've lived our life. We have enjoyed it. We're very well traveled. It's been a part of our work. So
How old are you, Dr. Jefferson?
Nanya.
I'm gonna get you one of these days. I'm gonna catch you slipping.
Don't even. So, for me, it is what it is. I feel like when you tether yourself to the right type of guy, he makes sure that you are provided for longitudinally.
Miss Andy, where do you get your belief system from? Like, it's not a woman's nature to provide. Say it's not in your nature. You can't, everybody is different. When you say that, you assume all women are the same mold.
Yeah, but I agree it's not a woman's nature to provide for a man per se because he's supposed to be the protector and provider. But a man's provisions are supposed to be properly cared for by his woman and multiplied by his woman because that's your job as a woman.
Pimps have been taken care of by hoes since the beginning of time. So you can't say what a woman's nature is not. And I'm just using the bad ones. Forget that, because it's some regular women that take care of their niggas too. While this nigga at home all day when they work. So I'm just using the worst example to say we got to stop
that's
it.
a different scenario. So when you say take care of a man, what do you mean? I think it's a woman's nature to take care of a man, but it's a man's nature to provide for his family system. And I think that in a man providing for his family system and a woman attending to her position of leadership in the relationship, she's supposed to multiply his provisions so that they both can rest in their masculinity and femininity at the end of their journey together after working for so long.
I have to cut some of these clips out.
Just saying. The parents are not educating the children about the very real physical and spiritual dangers of sleeping with multiple partners. I agree wholeheartedly with that comment.
That's why we have to do it too, because we know the parents, as I said earlier, we hate to admit it, but we know there's some ain't shit people in the world. So it's our job to recognize that there's some ain't shit people in the world. And although we think the message is common sense and everyone should know it, we need to say the common sense stuff because a lot of people don't know.
Mm-hmm. And I think that oftentimes a lot of people adopt the mindsets that, oh, well, you know what, it's a man's natural composition to be with multiple women. So this isn't cheating. It's just his natural composition. And as a result, you end up being someone who now can't yield the fruit that that man wants you to bear. And he finds out through you, gets himself cleaned up, and then he has fruit that's born with another woman because that woman preserved herself, asked the right questions, make sure that he was okay, and his fertility returned. But in the meantime, yours was permanently gotten rid of. It's gone now, eradicated completely. Because that's what I need people to understand. There is an abundance of people who are ending up with HPV, gonorrhea, on the continuum with chlamydia. These are diseases that lie dormant before finally showing their faces, and by the time they show their faces in men,
Was that trichonoma or whatever it's called?
trichomoniasis.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, these are things that lie dormant, and by the time they show their faces in men, they've already affected the women they've been with, causing cervical cancer.
Women are the carriers of it.
Cysts. But men carry the diseases without having symptoms before giving it to a woman. A woman is going to be symptomatic of every infection and disease that she has because her pH is meant to render results of infection. That's just naturally the composition of a woman. So when I say that men have to be more responsible with where they put their penis, more accountable for their sexual behaviors, more accountable for their behaviors in general, I really mean that. Because it's to the point that now that's the contingency of you guys having a legacy. But that's also why prostitutes
And that's why
prostitutes use condoms. They're not even trying to have babies.
Oh no, I wasn't about to say that. I was about to say, oh no,
that's
I was about to say that's why as wild as I was about to say that's why as wild as Rush sounds, that's why I can't knock him for saying, hey man, don't have no kids, bro. Stay single. I cannot knock him for that. That's the most responsible thing you can do. You say, you know what? I know I ain't ready to make nobody. I'm not ready to be anybody's parent. I ain't ready to make nobody a baby mama or wife or any of that.
I agree with that because I feel like sometimes the rhetoric that you guys preach on this channel when y'all come on here and you share your perspectives. Yes, I'm judging you.
We're real, man.
They are so immature. Oh my God. Like you guys are definitely not ready to become anybody's parents. I feel so sorry for your kids.
My kids love me, ma'am. My kids shoot music videos for me and everything, and they're athletes and they're great in school. So my kids, I'm immature or not, I'm real. I'm transparent. I'm honest, and you can't say this nigga he wrong. You may say I may not agree 100%, but you can't say he's flat out wrong.
Okay. Candy Girl makes a really good point. And Candy Girl, let me tell you this, okay? Even if you're raised by your father has to be an ideal father or a good point of contention or modeling behavior, because some of these women and men were raised by fathers, but their fathers were what Money Boy Trey has termed ain't shit people, or Cynthia G has termed 3 trash bag carrying dusty.
whatever you want to call them. They're not.
Struggle besties. Shit, I can't never get it right, y'all. She gotta stop saying all these words. She need to just write it down and let me
She's saying something catchy.
I need to make me Money Boy Trey, you need to send me that video, the feelings video, and then also make me a clip of Cynthia G saying 3 trash bags carrying whatever her slogan is.
You said feelings?
Mm-hmm,
oh, the Joe Budden?
Yeah.
The Joe Budden. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, do that for me because I don't know how to do it. Says, look what happened to porn star Lana Rhodes. She regrets doing porn after all these years, and now she's pregnant with a baby.
Damn, Lana Rhodes is still making a killing on OnlyFans right now and Pornhub. I know Lana Rhodes. She has the nice little tattoo on her booty. White girl with a... Yes, she good. But how you gonna say she regrets it unless she's come out and done an interview? A lot of porn stars, ma'am, are married and do porn with their husbands. A lot of porn stars have kids, like Blac Chyna. She don't even have custody of her kids. She ain't having no regrets right now. Like, I love your morals and values, but sheesh, you make women seem like they fucking are like they come with a manual and all women are supposed to be the same.
Said, you cannot fight your nature. You will be forever unhappy. All those porn stars want husbands, kids at the end of the day. That's interesting. Do you think that all women want children?
Exactly. She does. She just speaking for all. Again, she talks like women have a manual and all of y'all are programmed with the same shit.
Oh, Money Boy Trey has no values. You know, he doesn't know not to ask a lady her age. He just likes to get punched in the face.
Wait a minute. Why is it okay for y'all to Candy Girl? Why is it okay for a woman to ask a man their age and how big their dick is, but we can't ask how old y'all age, how old you
Women
are?
are doing that? I mean,
Ma'am, you've been a woman your entire life. You've asked a man or two how big is your dick.
Okay, yeah, true. But not really.
So how is that?
I mean, in a roundabout way.
So isn't that more personal than how old you are?
No. Sexual history is more important. Penis size is important because
This
it's
is
definitely
bullshit.
important as to whether or
So-
not the physiological attraction and that physiological component matches. I mean, a lot of things make a lot of sense in that, but you
but
asking a woman's age for what?
the same reason y'all ask how old we are and how big our dick is.
No, we can
And
tell
how
you
much we make.
So that's the thing. We don't. Who asks about how much a man makes? Nobody asks that.
Women. You've never asked a man how much he made.
I've never had to ask a man how much he made.
Come on, G, you lying.
No, I never have. It's never been.
Not once.
Not once.
White Jesus. White
I've been on a
Jesus.
date where a guy has asked me how much I make, and he asked me to see my portfolio and things about my investments and stuff like that. But I never asked him how much he made. It came up in that conversation, and I was just like,
Give me some thunder, White Jesus. Give me some thunder.
ain't gonna happen. I thought that was interesting to me though, because he was like, after he saw just my portfolio and my money market accounts, he was just like, oh, we're not gonna be good in a relationship because I only make $170,000 and I can't match what you're making, and I see what you're spending on this, and I'm not gonna be able to keep that lifestyle up for you. And I said, okay, well, thanks for letting me know. And I thought that was really interesting. I appreciate the conversation, the dialogue.
Dr. Jefferson, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say Miss Andy is Kevin Samuels.
Oh,
I think that's Kevin Samuels from a troll page. I'm just saying. I've been watching these past 30 comments, and it's the same old shit.
I told you that Miss Andy and Kimoji.
Well, we just go and say it. Well, Kimoji is not biased. He'll say if you're right, you're right. This person here is This person here it refuses to relent. She like women come with a manual. They come with a program. Like what this all come with the same program. All of y'all are the same old Cabbage Patch Kid. Care Bear.
Candy Girl is, I agree. I only deal with provider type men too, but it's never been something that I've, here's the interesting thing. I have tons of women who come to me, even for therapy, and they're like, I can't find this type of guy, who believes or ascribes to the fact that he's supposed to be the provider, protector, blah, blah, blah. So how can I get that? And my thing is, I can't necessarily help you with that unless you identify what type of atmosphere you're searching for this companionship in, because women are not supposed to be seeking out a man. That's the first thing. The second thing is when you're positioning yourself to be vetted or found by a man, you have to do so in a way that says that you understand that you have a certain value. And if you have a certain value, that man is going to come along anyway. That's going to be what you attract naturally. I can honestly say, like, I've never attracted a guy that wasn't a man with the mindset that I'm supposed to protect and provide. This is the woman that I'm supposed to provide for. This is the family I'm supposed to provide for. I've never, the type of rhetoric that Kevin Samuel speak of with the whole women with kids thing, I've never had that be a point of contention. I've never had, and it's a ton of things, and I've never dated a guy with kids. Typically, like during my heyday, I had a lot of suitors like trying to, hey, listen, you're getting divorced? What? Hey, you know what I mean? Can I get a seat at the table? And
Dr. Jefferson,
doing
the money, Dr. Jefferson, the money boy Trey's simple answer is stay single until you find a man that is willing to do what the fuck you want. It's really not that hard.
Right.
But people aren't willing to sacrifice.
Not just
They're
stay
not
single, but also abstain. Protect your energy center.
single, abstain. All of it's one and the same to me. Until you find somebody that's willing to do that, be satisfied being by yourself. Most people aren't willing to sacrifice for what they want, even in relationships.
I'm trying to understand Miss Sandy's comment. Women don't have to ask what men make.
Look here, Kevin Samuels, hit the link or leave us alone.
They ask what they do, and that explains it all. Well, you know what? If a woman, I don't think there's anything wrong with a woman asking a man what he does. I think that that's very healthy, and I think that starts a healthy dialogue, because women and men need to have conversations that lead to them getting to know one another. And if you don't know what that man does and you're responsible for being his piece at the end of the day, how can you be that if you don't know what type of work that he's engaging in on a day-to-day? How can you do that if you don't know the level of stress his day entails? You don't know what the ins and outs are in his position at work. So you can't help him remain tethered and balanced. You can't be an open vessel for him. Like, you can't guide him and help him and shape work for him. So,
Candy Girl, since we taking slick disses, prove that your way is better than mine. Because I'm happy with the situation that I have in life. What about you? I don't have to worry about nobody cheating on me and nobody going through my phone and saying I owe them this and that and all of that shit. What about you? I talk shit back now.
You felt like that was a slight, huh?
No, I saw what she said. Listening to some of you, she said listening to some of your guests. There's only me up here, so it ain't some of your guests. It's just me. So I spoke back. I just want to speak back to you being personable.
So how do you know she wasn't talking about Sucker Free Rush?
Rush been off the panel for a good minute now.
But Rush comes up pretty often, so she's heard him speak several
times. No, she talking about the conversation she's had tonight. And if she's not, you know what? I apologize, Candy Girl. If I jumped the gun, I apologize. But I'm typically right about these things.
Candy Girl said, "It's 3 trash bags, struggle dusties."
See, all of that.
What? I was trying to
But
figure
I
out what
don't.
it was earlier.
But that's she was telling you that's what Cynthia G says. Remember, you got tongue twisted trying to remember what she said.
Yeah,
Like
you need
shit
to
like
give me a clip of her to put in here.
shit like that doesn't offend me because it don't apply to me. So I don't care about that 3 dusty blah blah blah. I don't care about that.
Have to be able to attract that man that she wants. That's what
I want to challenge this being celibate part because I'm the only guest up here. You talking about Rush? I'm like, yeah. I think Rush be capping. Now I told him that.
I don't know. I think that Rush is very immature in his presentation because his experiences have not allowed him to mature into greater spaces yet. But
he hasn't had any negative experiences. All of his negative experiences are based through somebody else's experiences, not his own. Right. This man said he's never been in love. He could be telling the truth, but I find that hard to believe. I could see not ever being in a relationship more than I've never been in love. Because if you get your heart broken early or enough, you'll be like, I ain't doing this shit no more. Some people get hurt in high school and they just be like, you know what, I'm gonna be a gigolo for life.
You know what? I had a bunch of clinicians talk to me about doing that. But the issue that I have with that is that, like, sometimes, you know, you got to wait for the right time because a lot of American women struggle with coming into acceptance of some of the basic truths around their behaviors and how that perpetuates the cycle of them being single or abuse, you know, and things like that in relationships. And I'm a very, very transparent person. So the thing is, I call a spade, right? So if there are behaviors maintained by the Black women in the Black community that prevent men from connecting authentically with them and being able to provide for them because that energy that they bring is tainted, I call a thing a thing. If the same is happening for men in the Black community, I call a thing a thing. So I don't, you know, I don't sugarcoat anything. So it's one of those things. Says she doesn't have to ask because she only dates professional men. They obviously aren't 3 trash bags, struggle dusties. That's true. That's true. But I do ask what they do. I think it's important for me to know what they do because I have always made it a point of contention for me to align myself with men who are equally busy in their work because I know that my schedule can definitely be a conflict. And the amount that I push myself into my work and family, you know, outside of my nuclear family, like family is very important to me. In my culture, family is very important. And so extended family and family outings and things like that, that kind of stuff is very important to me. Legacy, history, education, elevate, all of that stuff is important to me. So I have to have a man who has something to do and is not bored out there with his life until we come together and we're married. And then we're one and these things become things that we all do. But it's important for me because I need a man that understands that he is who he is, right? So knowing that a man has a career, that he's settled in, something that he's passionate about, all of these things are really important questions because you as a woman have to multiply what it is that he does bring to the table. You can't multiply things if you have absolutely no idea what you're expecting. Did you see Candy Girl's comment, Money Boy Trey? Her response to you saying that's a Kevin Samuels troll page. Says, humor me. Let's say you had magical powers and you snapped your fingers and no women would have sex until they were married. What happened? What would happen to the marriage and divorce rate? Well, you know, I wouldn't know. I was a woman that waited, so. Mhm. So I don't necessarily relate to those numbers. Let's put it like that. And I talk all the time about the marriage and divorce rate. It's just not accurate simply because it doesn't take into account the abundance of homosexual unions. So if we're only counting men and women, and we're only counting males and females filing for divorces, we can't account for how many of those divorces are male and male relationships, female to female relationships, female to male relationships, etc. Like we can't account for that. So that's a that's a inaccurate stat. But I kind of feel like whether these women are holding themselves until they are married to these men, I think that there is still an abundance of men in America that need emotional maturation. And they still have to be prepared to get married. Says I attract that naturally. And when I attract 3 trash bags, trouble dusties, I block and delete. That's what you have to do. So my producer is indicating that we have to wrap up the show. He has a migraine. I think that you definitely, I think that you definitely have to do that. I encourage that because I think that the recalibration of your energy is extremely important to you having successful relationships moving forward, regardless of what types or how many relationships you have. You have to make sure that you're, preparing yourself for success in relationships. Candy Girl said, I'm extremely happy. But so I thank you guys for coming to the show today. If you guys logged in later, definitely rewind and go back to the beginning and listen to those stories of those men as they talk about their experiences cheating, as they try to convey their message as to what led to them cheating, and listen to some of their wives as they talk about, some of their feelings and sentiments around the infidelity of their husbands, and
I
also
them
take a listen to the side chicks.
those dudes are lying. They're taking no responsibility for what the fuck they did.
So I think that a lot of them did. I don't think you joined at the very beginning. I think you joined before the show and then you click back on after a lot of them had talked already.
I know there was nothing those women could have done to make them stick their dick in another woman's vagina unless they wanted to, because they always had the chance to say, you know what, baby, I'm leaving you. They didn't do that.
But that's the thing I talked about. Oftentimes in relationships where men cheat, men don't leave. Women are the ones that leave. That goes to the point of contention about women filing for divorce. So women are typically the ones, if they cheat, they've already emotionally left the relationship because they take their time and they do it methodically and they attempt to communicate several times and are not fully heard. And so when they're not
If a
fully heard, they exit.
if a person if a person can make you cheat, that means they have control over you.
Well, no, it's not about the person, right? It's about the relationship not being fulfilling to the person. So if that individual feels like the relationship isn't yielding or pouring into them and they feel like they're trying to pour into the relationship, obviously it's time for them to move on. But they do it methodically. Typically women will start cheating and then they'll leave. It's just the way of a woman. Women don't select the person that can't replace the man. Men do. Um, and then when men do it, it's after the woman has already cheated first. And so when a woman decides to continue an affair after cheating, she's finally leveled up and selected that dude that can replace you. So that means that she's already left you emotionally. You know what? I probably will do that, Candy Girl. You know that? I probably will. I probably will.
Bah humbug, Dr. Jefferson. Bah humbug.
You will be my first constituent. But so I do appreciate you guys. Big shout out to the chat. Shout out to my producer who had a migraine but said, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do the show with you anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Shout out to the producer. You deserve this head rub and whatever else that may come along with you being a soldier and staying through this. Don't look like that. Gender roles, ma'am. He suffered. Now you must please him.
Yeah, no.
Mute her mic, producer. Mute her mic.
But so
it is Saturday night, ma'am. If you're not gonna fix this migraine, them lemon pepper wings in Magic City just might.
They might. They still open.
So would that be a proper excuse for him to go get some lemon pepper wings and breasts at Magic City?
If that's what he likes, I mean, I'm not sure.
No, well, you just said no, so could that be an excuse? Well, you didn't do this, so I felt the need to go get some breasts with my lemon pepper wings.
Well, who's to say my producer is my man?
I'm just guessing. We're gonna pretend he is.
Oh, interesting. But no, it still wouldn't be a good excuse. He would be held accountable.
So why them niggas get a pass at the beginning of the video?
They don't get a pass. It's understanding how cheating takes place. That's it.
Well, see, you're a perfect example of how cheating takes place, ladies. Niggas sacrifice for the woman, and then you ask for a little head, and they get crazy.
You think that that's what happens?
It does.
No, these men said that they were cheating, but their women were giving them everything they needed.
But I said that's their example. I gave another example with you as the prime example.
I don't know about that. I've never.
That was a perfect example. You just said, I don't know about that. Nah, I'm straight. He's gonna go to sleep with a headache tonight.
That's his business. That's why. But look,
you can't help the brother out.
Well, yeah, of course I've helped him out. I've given him some headache medicine.
Did you give him a head massage?
No, my hands hurt.
So hand jobs are out.
Oh my God, no. Oh God. Yeah, that's
so
definitely out. So I got my
nails
nails done today, and I'm a natural nails person, and I got them cut all the way down, and my hands are hurting. So that's hurting. I would definitely give him a scalp massage if I could do it, but I can't do it. I need my own massage.
So he just got to go to sleep with a headache and 2 aspirin.
Medicine and eat some healthy food and go to sleep, or go to Magic City, like you said.
See that's why I
don't
don't have
those
these.
wings.
That's why I don't have these problems, because I'd be going to Magic City right now.
He said Miss Sandy never denied it. Look, Candy Girl, I've been said that. Like I said that while Money Boy Trey and I were on, I think Miss Faith's show. Was it Miss Faith? Yeah.
Shout out to Kenny Samuels for stopping through. You cool, bro. Get your money. I understand it's entertainment, man. I don't look at you more than anything but an entertainment. Get your money, bro.
I'm curious about why people call him Kitten Heels. What does that mean?
I don't know. I'm not that invested into him. I look at him like any other entertainer, point blank, period. I don't look at him as the savior. I don't look at him trying to promote I don't look at him as black leader, him promoting a positive message. He's an entertainer. People go watch him to be entertained.
I do too. I look at him as the Jerry Springer of modern day Black communities.
That's why I said, get your money. I ain't got no, get your money.
But, like I said, you guys, Money Boy Trey, make sure you get my clips, send me my clips in my email. No, send them to my my email.
It's gonna take. This is a huge file. This show's almost 4 hours long. And I have to rewatch it to find the juicy parts to cut out.
Sir.
Just editing is a bitch.
Oh my God. You
It
obviously
is.
are great at doing it though.
No, I'm great at re-upload. I'm great at editing, but I don't edit that often because
How do you even re-upload that stuff? I saw that on Mario J's too. I don't see how y'all
download it. I sent you the link to where I download my stuff from. It's a web page.
I did, but it won't let me do it. Is it only on the phone or something?
No, it can work on the computer too. You can do it from the phone or the computer.
On the computer. You know, I don't
That's
be knowing how
the
to
exact home page. I'll resend it. But yeah, you can just do it from the home page. You can click the link and you take the YouTube link, put it in there, make sure it's MP4 format, hit convert, and then download.
Miss Sandy said Kevin Samuels must be protected at all costs.
Oh, now see why must he be protected? Like, this is a grown ass man. He can't protect himself.
Of course not. He asked for the LGBTQIA plus community.
There's nobody else in the world that needs protecting other than a 50-some-year-old man.
Well,
like, he's an entertainer. Ain't nobody. He's not going anywhere. All the people that hate him are doing nothing but making him more polarizing.
That's true, but I don't think people should hate him. I think that there is some level of entertainment in his messages. I'm just going to be honest.
Well, they always say, a broken clock tells the truth a couple times a day. That goes for any of the entertainers.
I think at least once a day, because if we're on Zulu time, then it literally is only right once.
Satan once quoted Bible scripture, so I mean,
oh yeah,
anybody can tell you the truth. You just don't have you have to not be so biased to say just because I don't like that person, I'm not gonna listen to him because he may be telling you the truth.
Yeah, military clocks are Zulu time, Miss Sandy. So you said because men never had a voice and now they do, we need him. So do you feel like men never had a voice, Money Voice, right?
No. Men have always had a voice. Men run everything. Men are the ones that allowed the women to get on these platforms and had a voice. They were the ones in the boardroom that voted on this.
Yep. And men, I keep trying to tell you guys, do your history, know your history. A man started the feminist movement, the original feminist movement. So obviously, at one point, men, and in most countries, men have a high value for women. I think that there is a problem with just Americans, Black people.
We have a high value for women almost to the point where we treat them like deities. That's why the conscious community runs around saying the Black woman is God. You hear no other race saying that, Black people.
Yeah, well, they only say that because they hear it mimicked by African nations, and African nations are what most.
No, we don't. This culture is not connected to African nations. You got Umar, you got the Umar Johnsons, the Brother Polites, the Pharaohs. I even ran around saying it at a period in time. Thank God it was a phase for me and not like a way of life like these guys, but I even ran around like that. I had my simp ass phase where I believed that shit where the Black woman could do no wrong because I had to sympathize what she went through slavery and what the slave man. It gets old when you realize, hold up, these women that I'm dealing with that are dealing with this shit have no connection to that shit at all. They're just assholes. So I'm gonna judge them accordingly instead of what the ancestors did.
So I think ancestry for American connectivity has nothing to do with where women are today. I think because most Black women today do not know where their ancestors come from. They don't know any of the value systems their ancestors held because they haven't been properly conditioned through history, through their lineage. And I think that oftentimes their lineage has been broken because the American Black homes have been broken for so long. So I think longitudinally, it's cute to relate, but it just holds no validity.
Miss Andy, I never said Kevin Samuels didn't say anything right. That's why I said a broken clock can be wrong, and I said even Satan told the truth. So that my point.
I've never agreed to any of the rhetoric that Kevin Samuel speaks to as to what it is or what it takes to maintain healthy relationships or build said relationships that are healthy. So that's you know.
My point was, I look at him as an entertainer, and if he sprinkles some truths in there, much like the pastor, listen to it, apply it to your life.
But so, you know, it is what it is. Thank you guys so much in the chat for being so engaged. Definitely for sitting through 4 hours with me on this show. Money Boy Trey, good luck to you.
Man, what do you mean good luck?
As you navigate
through. Man, when you're the ruler of your universe, you don't need luck, ma'am. You create your luck.
Yeah, okay.
We coming to Atlanta.
Okay.
We want to see Blondie.
I can't guarantee that I'll have on my blonde wig or a wig at all. You know, I don't, you know, I don't know. I'm in love with one of my black wigs right now, and I don't see myself dyeing it anytime soon.
Say less.
But I don't know. You know. I don't know. I got a lot of blonde wigs though.
We'll take you however you come.
You guys are here. Yeah. But so I'll say this. As you navigate through this material, make sure you don't miss my good points with these men sharing their stories for sure. You know.
Miss Andy, how many women out here, regardless if they have kids or not, are getting dudes with 6 figures to provide for her? Because if you're going to go by Kevin Samuel's statistics, what's that? Only 10% of men make 6 figures. Again, women double men. So most of these women, whether they have kids or not, are not going to get a guy with kids. Kevin Samuels, thank you. This is why we say you Kevin Samuels, because you just won't stop. You won't be fair. Like everything, like you repeat nothing but what this nigga says. Do you have an original thought?
Oh God.
And I'm not against Kevin Samuels, but god damn, like this nigga, you act like this nigga is God. I mean, you did say protect him at all costs. You ain't even say, I don't know if you're religious or not, but you didn't say that about Jesus or God or whatever deity you believe in, if you believe in one. If you got kids, you didn't say protect your kids at all costs. You said protect this grown-ass man.
Does that mean that they feel like Kevin Samuels can't protect himself?
That means these people look at him like he's a god.
Really? I wouldn't have thought as much.
Protect him at all costs. You don't know this nigga. Why does he need to be protected? That's some shit that the FBI say about the president, but at least we know what this nigga offers to the world and the country.
And wait, let me say this too before I close out. Even though there is a misconceptualization that there are only a small proponent of men who earn over 6 figures, I do not in any way promote men who are hustlers or on the street selling drugs and things like that, or making undercover money. But there are much more than 10% of men that are making over 6 figures.
Miss Andy, but we're gonna go with Kevin Samuels to just show her how most of these women ain't gonna be anything, and for you to say he's trying to tell women that if women know that it's natural that there are more women on the earth than men, then they know that chances of them getting what they want is slim to none, especially when you don't ever leave the country. Don't leave your state.
Yeah, I
You're
was
just
just
in the
about to
United
say
States.
it's not about more. It's not more women on the earth than men. That's a
But here's
misconception.
the nail in the coffin, though, Miss Lady. But Kevin Samuels has 1 million subscribers. There are almost 8 billion people on the planet. Why the fuck do you think his message is going to get out to women, all women? Like, this is why I say you have no thought of your own.
I just don't feel like the vast majority of women care about what Kevin Samuels has to say. As you saw, you had women come here from Brazil and all they were thinking about is whether or not he was going to be able to buy them some drinks. And he couldn't even see through that message. So I doubt that Kevin Samuels is a person that's going to find a woman that is these high value women as he speaks. And I think that he'll continue to keep a escort on his side. And I don't even know if he is gay. I'm not even
Stop,
sure he'll find a
stop
high value
escort bashing, ma'am. Lots of people
Oh,
do
I'm
it.
definitely not bashing escorts.
Shout out to Robert Kraft.
What I'm saying is the propensity for him to have somebody that is valuable, that adds value to his life longitudinally, is very, very low because he is a man of very low value and worth. So it
He
is
may not. He may not want that. The nigga. That's why I keep saying I don't look at this nigga as nothing more than an entertainer. I don't care about shit else he got going on, but can he entertain me in the moment when I click on his channel? All that other shit, I don't take it as gospel.
That's interesting. Well, if you think that these women are single and unmarried, I guess those are your thoughts. So,
Miss Andy, what, Miss Andy, are you married? Does your husband or boyfriend make 6 figures? How much money do you make? Since you keep talking.
I think Miss Andy is a man.
What the name say, Miss Andy? Sound like a woman to me. So what are your credentials? Since you keep spouting out what Kevin Samuels is saying, have you lived by Kevin Samuels' code? Has it worked for you?
So he's more than an entertainer. He's a godfather.
Producer, take us out, producer.
You should see the look on his face. You should see the look on his face. It's priceless.
I can't. I'm done. I'm done.
One day I'm gonna allow the producer to get on and say some commentary about what he feels about.
He gotta come on the show.
That Kevin Samuels has to say.
I'm about to go live my non-Kevin Samuels life that I created. Fuck Kevin Samuels.
Oh God. But yeah, so thank you guys for watching. It's been a night. Make sure you hit the like button, share the content, subscribe to the YouTube channel if you are on the Facebook seeing this, and all that good stuff.
Miss Andy, since you such a disciple, send this shit to Kevin Samuels.
I think that Kevin Samuels definitely watches all of my content because he's definitely pandered to everything that I've asked. So I just stopped. I stopped giving him show suggestions a long time ago. But so it is what it is, you guys. Live free, be great, make good choices. Don't be promiscuous out there and make very poor choices around your sexual behavior. Women, men alike in America, in the Black community, please, please, please find meaningful ways to preserve yourself and protect your spiritual energy and your energy center. And stop having sex with people who are not even deserving for a seat at your table, right? Like,
I totally disagree with that. One night stands are awesome.
Absolutely not. So with that being said, it's been great. You guys go over there and subscribe to Toxic Masculinity, Money Boy Trey. He is very interesting to, he's an entertainer. Yeah. But he's not really toxic. He just portrays to be. So
there's a thin line. There's a thin line between this shit and my real life.
Therapy is coming his way very soon. Okay.
My
guys?
real life has heard me on this podcast the entire time.
Oh God, I just cannot. Later days, I can't. So that's all I got, you guys. Later
Everybody ain't
days.
able.
Bye.
Who alive can't put me in a box. I redefine any definition you got. I am the tiger, I'm making steps to the top. The flames, I'll rip it up, you just gotta hand me the rock. Take a seat, you cannot stand it. All I know, the flow harder than a Scotch bunny. Don't try studying me, you cannot manage. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon.